Hello. Good morning, or not good morning, good afternoon. um, Zeke, he should be. Come over here, bub. Where is he at? Oh, he's chewing on his toy over there. I kind of moved the camera a little bit back, so I don't know. I'm trying to get the vertical so the camera could catch him on vertical when he comes in, my Zekester. Um, Gonna cover a new case today. I've been actually wanting to cover this since it happened, and I just kept putting it off, and I wish I would have. um, because I've been following it. The Hookers, Lynette Hooker, and I thought by now they would have found her. The fact that they did not find her makes me wonder what the heck's going on. Is he lying? What do you guys think, Brian? Her husband? You think he's lying? I gotta admit, when I first saw this story, okay, I was like, let's not jump to conclusions, just because, we heard from the daughter and heard that there was some abuse and all this stuff. I was like, two things could be true. Maybe there was an accident and there was some abuse. So I was kind of giving them the benefit of the doubt and said, it's probable. I mean, that something like that could happen. They're out in the ocean. But the more time passes, the more I'm learning. I think he is guilty as sin, allegedly, in my opinion. Just things aren't adding up. But I swear, if I would have done a video when I originally wanted to, you probably would have heard me trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, saying, you know what? Maybe he did it, but also just because there was some abuse doesn't mean both can be true. Maybe there is abuse, but maybe there was an accident and this really happened. Maybe he didn't. But I don't know. The more I'm learning, I don't know. I think there's something fishy. I'm like now like learning it, the details of where he said what he said happened and where he said it happened. It makes no sense. The water wasn't even that deep where he said it happened. She was what, 1,000 yards from the boat, from her boat, from the sailboat, not the dinghy boat. There's no way that she wouldn't have swam back, been able to swim back. um there's a few things. And number two, how did he end up way over? He passed so much land, and I know he's like saying the wind, and he didn't have the key or whatever, and it just things just don't add up. He ended up way farther than he could have. He could have just went right this way, and he would have been on land. It makes no sense. And then there's new reports of other reports. I shouldn't say new. Other reports coming out that somebody was out there at that time with their kids, and it wasn't even bad at the same location. So it's just, yeah. So I'm kind of glad I didn't do a video before, because I was going to give him more a benefit of the doubt and, let's say, not jump to conclusions. I probably would have got attacked, but I let it play out, and now I have a whole different take on it. Like, what the heck? Um, yeah, so let's start. So this is gonna be like a big compilation. So he did some interviews because he got out. He was detained. They let him out. He did a bunch of interviews. It looks like it's all from the same day. He's in the same outfit, but different news stations got his little bit little. They're all really short interviews, to be honest. So I want to watch those with you guys. Uh, but let's first. I want to start out with something that I think it was today that it came out, because it's the newest thing. It is, hold on, where is it? Ashley Banfield. I'm not going to play her whole thing. It was yesterday, one day ago, but I kind of want to go start with that because it's kind of the newest thing. Um, I'm not going to play her whole thing, like I said, but I want to play the part where she interviews the guy that worked at the place that they went and got dinner. So right before they left out on that trip, he got to view their interaction and stuff. So I kind of want to start there. Um, hey, right, is anybody not familiar with this case that they need any like summary? Um, Anybody? If not, I want to jump right into it. Um, I mean, I guess I could give a tiny little summary. I mean, there's not really a ton of details out there yet, but on April 4th, Lynette and her husband, Brian Hooker, were traveling on a little dinghy boat. And I think I don't even know why they're out. I mean, didn't he say they were trying to maybe get away from the storm? I don't know. Actually, I'm not even sure why they were out. I don't know if I know that. Does anybody know that? But they were near the Elbow Cay in the Bahamas. And Lynette supposedly fell overboard. She had the key to the dinghy boat. So therefore he couldn't have I don't know why it wasn't. That's what doesn't make sense. Okay, she has the key if the boat is already started. So is it one of those things when she gets so far away that it goes off? I don't understand. But so he had no engine to work with, okay? Um, but this is, hold on, let me share the screen because I just want to show you real quick before we watch that video. I want to show you where he says she fell off and where he ended up because how could he must, what I think happened now, because this story sucks. I don't think it was premeditated, because if this was premeditated, he would have had a lot better story. I think they probably got in an argument. He's very abusive. I mean, I shouldn't. Allegedly, there's been moments of abuse, even his children, which we'll get into all that. There was an incident in 2005 that actually, I mean, he did get found not guilty by a jury, but anyway, I still want to go over it because the daughter, Lynette's daughter, talks about abuse and stuff. So I think they probably got in a fight, heat of passion, something happens, and then he just had to hurry up and come up with a story, in my opinion, because this story is horrible. Parts of it are good, but when you find the little fine details, it just starts to fall apart. And let me show you what does not make any sense to me. Hold on. This is like, I want to show you the map that he says here. This is where everything happened. Okay, hold on. Okay, so look at this. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen. Yeah, okay, that's good. Oh, how crazy. Hold on, before I share this. How many was here with me last live? Remember, this is weird because this is just like my wallpaper, right? You know how you have like what is it, wallpaper or whatever that remember it changes, like when I have my background right here. Do you remember it was the David live and I kept talking about how those doors look like bookcases and it was so cool. And all of a sudden, look what today is on my bookcases. I swear it has something to do with me saying that and how cool those doors look that look like bookcases. I just laughed when I got on my computer today and saw that. I'm like, I gotta show everybody and see if they think that. What? Oh my God. Anyway, okay, so let's get. Isn't Lausanne, you were here, right? Do you think that's just a coincidence or they're listening? I know a lot of places listen to advertise and stuff like that, but this would be like my wallpaper. Like, why would they? Why would they change it? Oh my God! Like, it's not like it's gonna make me buy anything. It's just like it heard me say over and over how those cool doors were the coolest doors, and they look like bookcases. I swear it happens all the time. I mean, for other stuff, but more like stuff where it's like more where it benefits you by clicking on, where it benefits the person by clicking on it. But here it's just my wallpaper. Oh, look at Zeke. He's got his harness on. Okay. So he said, and I thought I wasn't understanding it right, but I watched a video and I am understanding it just right, right? So he's saying that she fell off somewhere around here, right? Because it says Lynette fell at the end of the red line. So it has to be right here. Because I was thinking, because it's like, that doesn't make sense because it's too close to the shore. So I was like, maybe this line he's talking about goes up here and it's somewhere over here, which I couldn't find anywhere where the next page was. There's 3 pictures, but nowhere where it shows anything more. So I could not I'm like, why? That doesn't make sense if she fell off right here. But no, I was understanding it right. It was right here. He said she fell off around right here at the end of the red line. Look how close, first of all, how close they are to where they were. I think this is where their boat was docked. Hold on. I think that's their boat. Let me double check. Hold on. It has hold on, give me 1 second. There's another picture where it shows anchored. Okay, here's the anchored boat. Okay, yeah. So their boat was anchored. Look, check this out. So here's another screenshot. He had 3 screenshots from this app they use to, sailors will use or whatever, or people at sea. So he had sent these to a friend showing, and probably, I'm sure it's going to be a part of the case. I'm sure he gave this to cops, I'm guessing. But anyway, so look, their boat, oh, it moved over one. Hold on. sailboat anchored. So you could see that would be about right here. That'd be about right here. Can you see my, if you match up where he's saying the sailboat was anchored, that means their sailboat was anchored right here. This green thing right here. Okay. She falls off right here. There's absolutely no way that she would have drowned. I'm sorry. It's right there. And then look how close it is to shore. And that's number one. Number two, why would he travel all the way over here? Wait, hold on. It gets better. Look how far he went. Not only does he pass this land, he goes all the way. Look at this. It makes no sense. The weather wasn't that bad. I'm sorry. It wasn't, because people are saying that they were out at the same spot and it wasn't. So you should have done your homework, buddy. I think it was a heat of passion. Something happened and you had to come up with the story. But anyway, look, he's going past all this land right here, but he goes all the way over here. Like, what sense does that make? He passes this to go, like, that makes absolutely no sense. I'm sorry, I don't care how bad the wind or whatever was. If it's taking you west, you go, why wouldn't you just hurry up and go right here? Like, jump out and swim to shore if it's that bad. But I'm sorry, I don't buy that you couldn't go right here. I don't buy that you couldn't go right here. Like, go right here and save your wife. Anchor down right here. You're right by land. Or if you're that much of a chicken, you don't want to risk your life, go hurry up and sail right here, and then put a life jacket on and go swim and get Lynette. That wouldn't be that hard. That's not even that far. And another thing is look how shallow the water is. Somebody else pointed this out. 4 foot, 7 foot. So the water would have been between 4 and 7 foot. It would have probably been around, at the deepest, 7. She swims a couple yards this way. You're at 4 foot. Stand right up. You know what I'm saying? So it makes absolutely no sense. Like, that's not even deep water. And you swim a couple yards this way and you're in 4 foot water. Like, how does it? And then all of a sudden you're on land. Makes no sense. But, if you want to swim to your boat, you're right here. Swim to your boat. You're going to be in about 6-7 foot water. It's not very deep, And yeah, I mean, 6 foot could still go over her head if she's short, which she does seem like she's kind of short, but still, that's not that deep. Just swim over a little bit towards shore. And if he's saying the weather was going really bad to the west, which is why he went all the way to the west and passed all this land. Let's just take his story. Let's say it was so bad that it was moving his boat all the way to the west, right? So then it would naturally move her to the west, right? And she's not dumb. She'll know she would know if it moves her naturally to the west, bam, she would end up right on land. Like, if it's that bad that he can't even control and it's moving him this way and she's off here, she could have just went with the flow and let her take her right here. But I think the best bet, she could just swim right here. I mean, so that when I started like really looking into this and understand what this map said, I'm just like, this guy, no, this isn't right. He is on his own mission. I love him. Look at him. He's so cute. I gotta find, is anybody on vertical? Because I can't get the vertical down for our pictures. This is probably the best one, but then, yeah, I guess that'll be okay. Because on vertical, the comments will cover us, but I think if I have it like this, it'll be good for that. That might be good. You guys like that? For both. I'll do it like that. Anyway, oh, I can make that a little bit bigger. Hold on one second. I can make this one a little bit bigger, the main one. Hold on. All right, let's watch some videos. We're going to watch a couple of his interviews where he gets out. Oh, no, first I want to do the Ashley Banfield thing. Hold on a second. Let's start there. And if anybody is new here, let me just share a few pictures of who we're talking about here, okay? So these are who we're talking about. Brian and Lynette Hooker. They're from Michigan. Grand Rapids. They sold all their stuff about, what, 4 years ago or so, decided to sail. So they've been sailing for, or is it 9 years? Now I forget if it was 4 or 9. Forgive me. Oh my Lord. I have all these numbers in my head because I was trying to, um, it was either 4 or 9. They sold all their stuff and took off. I think it was 4. They've been sailing. I think they've been sailing for like 4 years. Um, but yeah, so, and we're gonna watch a video or hear from their neighbor that knows them, that grew up with Lynette, and said that their family, she was learned how to sail since she was a little kid. We're gonna look through their YouTube video. I have a bit, we might be here a while, some text messages, but I want to start with the newest thing, just so if anybody it'd be one thing maybe you guys haven't seen yet. Here's some other pictures of them. Like I said, we'll go through some of their YouTube videos and stuff too. So this is him when he got out, which when you'll see when they enter all the interviews we watch of him, he's wearing that shirt. This is when he gets out, because he was obviously detained. Here's their boat. They had bought a sailboat a couple years ago. So let me take that back. I know they got the sailboat, I think, like about a couple years ago, but they took off and sold their stuff, I think, like 4 years ago. And I think they got that boat. Didn't they get the boat like 2 years ago though? They've been on in this boat, Soulmate. I think. I knew all this, but now I got clouded up with all this stuff here. I had, because I watched all their sailboat stuff. Hold on one second.
Texas.
No, it would have been 4 years. Okay. So they had bought it for 3 years ago. 3 years ago, they posted a video. The sailing hookers bought a sailboat in Texas. So the January 10th, 2023 is when they posted the video saying they got a sailboat in Texas, and then they went out sailing. So I guess they haven't been sailing for 4 years. I mean, they have been sailing. What I mean is where they sold everything and like took off, and they've been at the sea the rest of the time. But no, Texas. No, let me take that back. They bought it at Texas. They were sailing for like 4 years. They had bought it there. So I don't know what they were sailing on before, because you'll see videos they're like sailing. They're on other boats, but then they bought that boat, that specific boat they bought in Texas. Okay. So, which is, I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, the point is they've been out. I guess it does matter. They've been out at sea for like 4 years, sailing, having fun. They were at the Bahamas for a while, and that's where this happened. Here's some pictures of their boat, the one they bought in Texas on January 10th, 2023, around that time. Here's some pictures of the boat. And here is, oh, hold on, let me bring up the actual post. This is what he posted. Dang it. All my stuff got... I had that up. Here we go. Maybe that's what happened. Dude, I had his thing up on his Facebook account where he posted that, right? And I had it up on my thing, and it disappeared. I wonder if he made his account just private within today. because now it's not there anymore. Huh, hold on, I'm just scrolling down to make sure. There wasn't much on his account, his Facebook. Like the most recent thing was that post he made about his wife. But, ooh, look at this. Here, let me put in my earphones and let's start watching some of this here. Huh, that's weird though. I don't know if he made it private. I swear I had it up and it just disappeared. I had it up for like a couple hours ago because I have all my tabs open that I wanted to share. Huh. I'm talking about his Facebook, Brian's. Yeah, he must have made it private. Well, we have a screenshot of his post. Everything else was old. He had just posted that, but that's just weird. If that's the case, that means he made it private within the last couple hours. Huh. All right. But here's what he posted. I was gonna just pull up his actual account. It says, I'm heartbroken over the recent boat accident and unpredictable seas and high winds that caused my beloved Lynette to fall from our small dinghy near Elbow Cay in the Bahamas. Despite desperate attempts to reach her, the winds and currents drove us further apart. We continue to search for her, and that is my sole focus. Our family is deeply grateful for the Bahamian people's assistance, especially that of the Hopetown Volunteer Fire and Rescue, Royal Bahamas, who have worked tirelessly in an ongoing effort to bring Lynette back to us. Thank you to everyone for keeping Lynette in your thoughts and for your support of our family during this difficult time. And let's not forget he left Bahamas. So he left. Would anybody do this? His wife is still missing. Okay? He left Bahamas. Now, for granted, he said his mother's sick and he wanted to go visit her. But I mean, I don't know. That seems kind of odd because he said he's not going to leave till we find her, and then he left. He did. He just made it private today, Carol Silva, because about, I would say 2 hours ago, I had it up on my tab and I was going to go over his Facebook account, but just this post because I was going to go through some of the other stuff, but the other stuff was older. He freaking made it private. I knew it. Normally, I will screen record somebody's account before because if they're going to make it private, I didn't. I don't know why I just didn't think. I don't know. I guess I figured if he hadn't made it private yet, he wasn't. But yep, just today, that little brat. Okay. Oh, hey, Stax, how are you? Or Anthony, I should say. Well, there's two Anthonys. We got Stax Charlotte Story, Anthony, and we have Anthony Woods. All right, so let's go over some of this Ashley Banfield. I was gonna actually play the interview, but I just want to play this first real quick. I just saw it on Facebook. Hold on. Right here. And then we'll go over the other stuff. So look at this. I hadn't seen this yet. Here's a picture. Darlene Hamlet, Lynette Hooker's mom, revealed that Lynette had left her husband, Brian, multiple times in the past and would often return to her mother bruised or beaten. Look at all those bruises. Oh, it makes me sick. She's got bruises all over her. Oh, sick. Can you hear? Oh, you're probably not hearing, are you? Can you guys hear that? I think I need to reshare because I added my earphones. Yeah, I have to reshare it. Hold on one second. Sorry, guys. I always forget when I add my stupid earphones. I don't like adding them too soon because I don't like to just, if I'm just talking, have them in because I feel like I'm screaming. Because I do. It's like I have to scream. So I don't like having them in unless if we're listening to something. Okay. So
You mentioned to me before that Lynette left Brian multiple times.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. She left him. Oh, it seemed like it ran in about a year and a half, 2 years cycle. And she'd come home and she'd be like 3 weeks, and then she'd go back. And then this last time that she went, when he had choked her and when she has the bruises on her back and took the picture to remind herself, she was here at my house in Florida, and she was looking for a job. She was going to stay in this house while we were up in Michigan and start over. She didn't want to. She was 50 years old and she didn't want to start over. She was embarrassed because her marriage was failing, and she went back.
You mentioned to me before.
Figures. Well, now he left, but figures the only time I pulled the camera way back because I was like, he's always sleeping on that rug. So I want the vertical camera to be able to catch him on the rug, but it's farther back, right? And now he was sleeping on the bed. So it's so far back, the camera. It's like he knows my little Zeke. Makes things difficult for me. There's still no sound? You heard her now, right? There should be sound. Oh, there still's no sound. Oh yeah, there is. There's sound. Okay. All right. So now let's watch another part of Ashley Banfield. Um Another part of her interview. We'll watch that real quick. And then we're gonna watch his new interviews. Well, I guess not new, but it's 3 days ago or whatever. Okay, here we go. Ashley Banfield. I cut right into where she's gonna interview the guy that was working at the place. Here we go.
So tell me about the day that that couple came in here. What did you see?
Okay, so Saturday afternoon, I guess around 4:30, roughly, the gentleman came to the bar. His wife went straight down by the pool, so I didn't really see her, talk to her. Only she passed, kind of thing. It was a busy afternoon. The gentleman came up. He got two rum and cokes, Cuba Libres,
Rum and Coke or rum and soda?
rum and coke.
Okay, we'd originally heard rum and soda. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay,
So two Cuba Libres.
Two Cuba Libres.
Okay.
I put white rum, coke, lime. Gave them two. They went. He carried them down by the pool. Came back up about an hour and some later. Got two more from the other side of the bar because he came from the pool area that time instead of coming from this way. Gave them his second round basically of two, and he went back down by the pool, and that was it. I only served them 4 drinks.
Did he ever talk to you?
Vague. Just when I took his order, and then the second time he was like, "Oh, thank you for serving me so fast," because we were busy. We had close to 200 people there that night, kind of thing.
And the second time he came up, he didn't have a shirt on, right?
No shirt.
First time he had a shirt.
First time was when they first pulled up, original. And then when he came up the second time, he came up from the pool area. I don't know if they took a dip in the ocean or in the pool, but he came up shirtless the second time, and he was like, "Oh, I apologize because I know it's getting close to dinner time and this, that, and that." I'm like, "Dude, it's okay. You only come into the bar for a drink, and you're at the pool area anyway, so it's not a big deal." And ran his card, dealt with that accordingly, and that was basically the last time I saw either one of them.
Did he seem very, very drunk or moderately drunk or?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, he might have had a buzz going on kind of thing, but definitely didn't seem drunk.
What was his mood?
To me, he seemed like he was fine. Like everything was okay. It didn't seem like there was nothing going on, nothing wrong.
He wasn't angry?
No, not mad or angry or anything at all, kind of thing. Not towards me anyway. Yeah. So I didn't notice any wrath, I should say.
He seemed like he was in a good mood.
Yes.
Did you
enjoying himself.
enjoying? Did you ever see or hear them arguing, or did you hear raised voices?
No, ma'am. I didn't see them. If they were arguing or anything like that, it would have been down by the pool area, and I work up on the other side
At the
up
bar?
there. Yeah.
So they were, I mean, it seems like by everybody I've spoken to here, it was quite unremarkable, the couple that was here.
It was odd. I would say.
They just didn't really stand out.
No,
Did you see them leave?
I did not.
Do you know
But-
what time they left?
No, not exactly. You probably have to check with the general manager or something to possibly get like feedback from
Right.
footage or something, because like I said, we was busy that night, so I didn't have any control or thought to pay attention to people leaving and coming kind of thing.
Do you know what time they had their last drink?
I would say it was probably between 6 and 6:30.
6 and 6:30.
Yeah, roughly.
So plenty of time to finish their drinks by say 6:35.
Yeah, or if they got it around 6:30 by 7 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Supposedly they left around 7:30, but I'm not sure.
This is hard to pin down.
Yes, and I like I say, I was not.
Some are saying 6:30.
I was not paying attention. They definitely was here after 6:30.
They definitely. Well, there's a picture of them at 6:34, I think it is. But then it's hard to tell exactly
After that.
when. Yeah, when
Yep.
they were down at the pool at that time.
I can get you a card for the manager, and maybe you can email back and forth with them,
We'll
and
chat
they
with them.
could possibly give you like a footage of after 6:30 and see what time they walked up or
Yeah.
something possibly.
Did the police come and ask you lots of questions about serving them and who they were?
I spoke with the police. I gave my statement and signed it and everything. Same thing like what I'm telling you. I was working, so I wasn't really paying attention, and I was definitely not expecting something like that to come out of it, kind of thing.
That's my next question, Ken. When you found out what happened afterwards, what did you think?
It was a shocker, definitely, because when they finally got pictures of who it was, and my manager showed me a picture of them, and I was like, oh, I served that gentleman. I know I served that guy at the bar. I know what I served him, kind of thing, because I'm a pretty good bartender. I've been bartending about 20 years, kind of
Well,
thing.
you remember the
So-
drinks. I was a bartender for 6 years, so I hear you. You remember what people drink because
Yeah.
it's their character.
Exactly.
A lot of times,
Most of the time.
But I suppose, shock, but also I can imagine it doesn't really happen here. These
No,
things.
this is not a normal thing. Definitely, this is oddball.
Like Elbow Key is such a nice, sleepy, easygoing place. It doesn't seem like there's much crime here.
It's a great spot. Very little crime. Most of the time, it would be petty, if anything, like somebody taking a box off the ferry dock because nobody picked it up, or something like petty stuff.
And we don't know yet if it's a crime. It's still being investigated. But
It is.
do you have a feeling one way or the other?
The only thing I can say is it definitely seems weird, because the timelines and the stories don't really add up. Not in my mind.
Well, I get that impression too. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ken.
No problem.
And good luck with the wedding tonight. I know you're going to be busy.
Thank you.
I appreciate you taking the time.
We're definitely gonna be wild. It's close to 150 people we got for a wedding tonight.
What is his accent? I like that accent. I can't make out what is that. Anybody? Huh. I'm gonna do a poll. I'm gonna do one of the StreamYard polls. So remember, in order to do it, you type in the chat. So do you think Lynette, and the question is because there's some people thinking that it's gonna switch to a land search. So do you think whether, I mean, you could think he did it or not and still answer the question, right? Do you think they're going to find her in the water? Like she indeed is in the water? Now, I'm not saying if you put water that you think that she fell overboard, then maybe he pushed her overboard or he put her body in the water after or whatever. So do you think she is in the water right now or do you think she's on land? Um, and man, the other question, I wish I could do a follow-up because I should have asked first, do you think the murder or do you think it happened in the water? Like, do you think he pushed her over or do you think he something else happened and then he put her in the water? But here's the thing, if for some reason she is going to have marks on her body or she died a different way, like he choked her or something, and they find her, they're going to see that. So that's why I'm wondering, let's say something else happened, would he have put her in the water and risk them finding her and then be able to tell, oh wait, she was strangled or whatever, or maybe he did just push her in the water, or maybe she fell, all these options, but maybe she fell and then it would match up. Maybe something happened out of the water, but then maybe he did put her somewhere else and figured they would just be searching in the water. But I mean, it's so hard to hide a body. They almost always find them these days. But yeah, so I know this is kind of just general. Do you think right now, like she really is in water or on the land somewhere? Okay. So we're gonna watch a little bit more of that in a little bit. But I'm gonna kind of jump back and forth here. So let me go over which one is this? Okay, this is Brian Hooker's stepmom. Oh, let me hold on. Let me take this down, and we're gonna watch this interview too. But I just want to kind of go back and forth a little bit. Okay, so next I want to do 13 on your side interviews Brian's stepmom.
Brian was a quiet person, but she never had any indication that he was ever violent.
I can't comprehend it because of knowing him like I do, I don't understand.
Donna Hooker says she's heartbroken about the news she's been hearing about her stepson, Brian Hooker. He's being held in the Bahamas in connection to the disappearance of his wife, Lynette Hooker, after falling out of a dinghy last weekend. She says the last time she saw her stepson, who was a teenager when she and his father George were married, was after George had a stroke in 2021.
Everything seemed to be really good. I mean, with Brian and George, and I asked Brian, where's Lynette? And he said, well, we're not getting along. We're separated. And I don't know when we're going to get back together, if we get back together.
Donna says Brian and George became estranged in recent years before George passed away in October.
When he was here, it was so nice. George was just elated that Brian was here. It was upsetting for me because then I had to see George with this stroke, and he's had 2 others since then, and I've had no communication.
She says despite legal issues involving both Brian and Lynette, she never saw a violent side of her stepson.
Basically, I don't think Lynette and Brian should have been together. It just seemed like it got bad.
Ultimately, Donna still has more questions than answers about what happened on that boat and hopes the truth comes out.
Lynette should never be in that water, and I feel for her daughter, and I can't even imagine it. I can't even imagine it. If he did what they think he did by pushing her out of that boat, he needs to tell the truth.
Hooker remains in custody in the Bahamas, and police have until 7:20 Monday night to make any charging decisions. Jordan?
We'll talk about a little bit that charge you're talking about. There's reasons why it's she would never go to the police or press charges. So she was one of those, she'd be abused, she'd maybe confide in family, but then never press charges. That one time they arrested her because he had marks on his face. I gotta find the details of that. I was reading about that like last week, but we'll get to that. As I'm playing this other stuff, I'll find the information on that. But then in 2005, there was a thing with his daughter, which was, we'll go over that too. But anyway, so that was that. Let me exit out of this one because I'm not going to go back to that. Okay, so let me play. Let's play this one. Okay, so this is part of one of his little interview. Here comes Zeeky Dookie. Here's little nails crackling on the floor. Crackling. That's not the right word. He's standing right in front of me. Okay, so here's his interview. This would be after he was detained. He gets out and he does a bunch of different interviews with different news.
I will always think there was something I could have done differently. My one job was to look out for her, and that has not happened. And I'm going to keep looking out for her now as best I can.
The husband of missing American woman Lynette Hooker speaking out after he was detained in the Bahamas for 5 days in connection with her disappearance.
What was it like being in police custody, knowing that the search was still ongoing for you?
It was hell. It was a different chapter of hell and a giant hell that I'm in.
You're still in it?
Yes. I don't have a wife. She belongs with me.
Brian Hooker was released without charges Monday.
Brian, anything to say?
Today, Brian's lawyer saying he's now left the Bahamas, reportedly because his mother is very ill. I spoke with Brian the day before he left the country.
Family and friends have spoken about your relationship with Lynette. We've seen a police report of a domestic incident that left you with a bloody nose and her in handcuffs. Is there anything that you want us to know about your relationship with Lynette?
I want you to know that Lynette and I loved each other the most. We've been together almost half our lives. My sole focus is finding Lynette.
Brian says on April 4th, he and his wife had drinks at this inn, later departing from this dock. Brian, in his own words, describing the moment he says she fell from a boat due to bad weather in the Bahamas and was swept away.
The wind blew us apart so fast that I think she tried to swim back to the sailboat, back to our sailboat, which was probably, I don't know, 1,000 yards or something. But the waves were 3 foot.
In a phone call to a friend made the day before he was arrested, Brian Hooker saying he tried to rescue her.
I threw her a flotation cushion that we used to sit on the dinghy, right after she went in. But I couldn't tell if she got it or not. I'm never gonna forgive myself.
Brian Hooker says that he went from Elbow Keys to Marsh Harbor. Now, law enforcement says that it should have taken him about 20 minutes considering the distance and the weather at the time, but it took him 8 hours, which raises the question, what happened in all that time?
Brian says that he had no key to the boat because it had fallen into the water along with his wife. But police taking Brian into custody 4 days later and questioning him about the night of Lynette's disappearance. The 59-year-old maintaining his innocence. He says before losing sight of his wife, he threw a life preserver to her, but that she was swept away by the strong current.
There is no evidence that she is dead. Their main focus seemed to be looking at him as a suspect. And he feels that they should be out there looking, trying to find his wife.
Lynette's daughter, Carly, previously telling ABC News she had doubts about Brian's account.
She's a good swimmer, she's pretty fit, and I don't feel like she would just fall off a boat.
Also saying there was turmoil in the relationship.
They were in like the healthiest relationship at the end.
Lynette's mother, Darlene Hamlet, says that she is suspicious of her son-in-law's story and calling for a full investigation.
She was a safety nut in water, wore her life jackets, and was very careful and respectful. She watched the weather station religiously, and to her to get on this dinghy and fall off and not be able to swim back to it.
Lynette and Brian Hooker have been married for 25 years and lived off the grid.
In 2020, Brian and Lynette sold their house and all of their possessions. and their dream was to get a boat. They lived quite an interesting lifestyle, living on a boat, getting rid of everything you ever had.
Their Instagram grid full of photos and videos documenting the sailing hookers' picture-perfect adventures at sea. But Darlene describes their relationship as volatile.
It's been a very turbulent relationship. They had very highs and very lows.
Documents obtained by ABC affiliate WZZM describe a 2005 domestic incident involving Hooker and his young daughter at the time, in which he was accused of putting his hands around her neck, a jury later acquitting him.
I keep stopping it because I wanted to go over what that said. Donna, I also was just watching, which we'll go over parts of Nancy Grace, where the one person had talked to somebody, or the friend that had talked to somebody else that was out at that same area where he said she fell. She was out, I think they said on a dinghy. I don't know if they were, but they were with their kids, young kids. And they said it wasn't that bad. They wouldn't have had their kids out there. They were coming back from dinner or something. So, like, that's another huge thing. They were out the same area and said that the weather wasn't really bad. And they wouldn't have their kids out if it was. There was nothing, like nothing. So that's why another thing is like, I don't know. Anyway, so this was the 2005 report. And Donna, I'm going to go over that other one. I found the article where I'll go over the one you were talking about. But this one is from 2005. He was acquitted, but it's still worth, considering we have reports of the stepdaughter talking about how he was physical with the family. I guess there's nothing really on here. Just as it's did cause physical harm to blank a child by placed both hands around neck and choked her. How is that a misdemeanor? I don't understand how something like that is considered a misdemeanor. That should be a freaking felony. But this was in 2005.
ABC News also obtaining a 2015 police report detailing an alleged domestic incident between the couple, both accusing each other of assault. Police noting that Brian had a bloody nose, taking Lynette into custody, but ultimately neither facing charges.
Past instances of domestic violence or abuse, any altercation, argument prior to this incident could be the building blocks of a case moving forward. But without the foundation of any evidence to show that Brian Hooker killed Lynette, those building blocks will just fall by the wayside.
Brian says his sole focus is still to find his wife.
Any message to those who doubt your account of the story?
I have no message to those who doubt me at all, ever. I'm going to keep doing what I need to do to find my wife. She belongs with me. We belong with each other.
Our thanks to Victor. We will, of course, continue to follow this story as it unfolds.
Here's an article that goes into a little bit more details about that 20, was it 14? What was that? Where they had the domestic? 2015. Okay, I'll read this real quick. Parts of it at least. It says, whoa, that's small. Hold on. All right, so woman missing in Bahamas was previously arrested after domestic violence incident with husband. More than a decade before Lynette vanished during a boating trip, she and her husband gave sharply different accounts of a night in Michigan that ended with her arrest. On Wednesday, Brian was arrested by the Royal Bahamas Police Force in connection with his wife's disappearance. I want to go over. So she was... The rest, okay, yeah. So she fell over, his account is she fell overboard with their boat's keys during an evening dinghy ride near Elbow Cay, forcing him to paddle for hours before he reached Marsh Harbor boat yard early Sunday. Carly, Lynette's daughter, has since questioned that account, and the U.S. Coast Guard opened a criminal investigation. A 2015 police report from Kentwood, Michigan offers a glimpse into the couple's relationship, with Islesworth has described to NBC News as volatile. The police report describes both hookers accusing each other of the assault during February 2015 altercation. Though only Lynette spent a night in county jail. She was arrested on charges of assault and battery, simple assault, though the warrant was denied after insufficient evidence as to who started the assault. Brian was intoxicated and had blood coming from his nose, according to Michigan police report. He told police that his wife, who he said was also drunk, had struck him in the face multiple times during an altercation, the report stated. Brian said that his wife believed a person named Jacob Hooker and another person, whose name was redacted from the report, were locked in an upstairs room and fooling around. It was not immediately clear who Jacob Hooker is and how he is related to either Lynette Hooker or Brian Hooker. Police stated that they tried to contact Jacob and the other person after the event, but that pair had left the home afterward. When police tried calling both of them, neither answered, the report said. Locked in an upstairs room and fooling around. Brian said that his wife tried to open the door of the locked room and he went upstairs to calm her down, which was when she hit him in the face 4 to 5 times, according to the police report. He stated he had never been hit like that in a long time. He started to cry and became emotional, the report said. Police wrote in a report that officers contacted a witness who said she heard Lynette Hooker upstairs causing a commotion. She said she saw Brian go upstairs and return several minutes later with a bloody nose. The witness declined to comment on 2015 incident, including how she knows the couple. The report says that Lynette was highly intoxicated the night of the incident. When police brought her downstairs to ask her what had happened, she said Brian had hit her in the forehead. She said that her children had locked themselves in a room upstairs and that she was trying to get in, which is when she said her husband choked her and punched her one time, the report stated. According to the police reports, officers saw Brian Hooker's red, swollen, and bloody nose, but said Lynette had no visible injuries. Mark, an attorney for the couple at the time, said attorney-client privileges applies to this case, and he was not at liberty to open up about it. According to Ellsworth, which is Lynette's daughter, the couple had a history of not getting along, and it would be Brian's stepdaughter. You know, he was around and with her when she was, I don't know how old, but you know, when she was a kid. So it says they have a history of not getting along, especially when they drink. It was not immediately clear whether the couple had been drinking on Saturday night boat trip. Well, now we know they at least had 2 drinks each. Well, we don't know if they each only had, so we don't know those 4 drinks that they got. I mean, we don't know. Brian could have drank all 4. He didn't see Lynette drinking them. He didn't even see Brian drinking them, so we don't really know who drank them. I mean, typically you see him getting 2 drinks for 2 people. You would think they each had 2 drinks, so maybe that's what happened. But there's 4 drinks. They could have had more somewhere else. They could have had their own on the boat, whatever. But we know that at least 4 drinks were drank. Ellsworth noted that both were experienced on the water and had been sailing for more than a decade, starting with a small 2-person sailboat and moving to a larger vessel built in Texas. Wait, where am I at? Sorry, I was reading chat for a minute. So that's the thing. So they started with a small 2-person sailboat, and then that, remember I said in Texas they bought that word they called Soulmates, that boat in Texas, January 10th, I think it was 2023. That was the bigger one. So that's the one that they bought. They had a smaller one before that. Ellsworth told that NBC News that her mother was unlikely to just fall overboard, noting that she briefly spoke with her stepfather after the incident, who sounded monotone and relaxed. She added that Brian provided the same account he gave to the police. On Wednesday morning, in a Facebook post, Brian wrote that he is okay, that's the Facebook post that we already read. Okay. So that's that, Donna. All right, let me go find the next video I wanted to play. I think there's more of an interview in this too. There's little bits and pieces of interviews Oh, this is when he first gets out too. Here, I think is when he's walking out.
American Brian Hooker is facing tough questions as Bahamian authorities investigate him over the disappearance of his wife Lynette, missing since he says she fell overboard more than a week ago.
So far, there is no evidence that she is dead. And so that is an important element that they would have to prove in any charge of murder.
CBS News obtained messages the Michigan mother sent to a friend back in January 2024, shedding light on what appeared to be trouble at sea. It was too much closeness. We decided to call it quits. We were married 21 years. Our marriage lasted 6 weeks cruising. It was real bad. I can't be out there with him.
Oh, it's a little bit closer. Sorry. I just wanted to get him a little bit closer since he's in his bed. Normally he's not in his bed. Okay. I'll mess with it when I'm playing the video. Okay. So then says, "Oh, okay, well that sounds like fun." And she says, "It does too, but too much going on to think about it right now. It would be weird without my Brian," Lynette writes. And then the friend says, "Completely understandable. Probably a whole lot to wrap your brain around." Lynette says, "So maybe I'll see you out there. Currently looking for a job." And the friend says, "I don't know you well, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but when you comment that it would be weird without your Brian, is it soon enough that maybe things could be reconciled?" And Lynette says, "Not this time. It was real bad. Can't be out there with him anymore." And a friend says, "Totally understand," with a follow up of "this time." "I get it. Big hugs, my friend. You're a strong woman." And then she says, "How far south did you guys make it? We're probably starting the trek around the beginning of March." it was too much closeness. We had to call it quits. I'm not going back. Good luck, guys. Wait, that was 24. So this is January 29th. She says, guess it was too much closeness. We had to call it quits. I'm not going back. Good luck, guys. And she says, I'm sorry to hear this. And then Lynette says, he heartbroken considering I quit my awesome career, sold my house, and gave away everything I owned to cruise. Shaking my head, stupid. And the friend says, oh no, I can't remember. How long have you guys been cruising? We were married 21 years. Our marriage lasted 6 weeks cruising. She says, oh my goodness. I don't understand why she's 6 weeks cruising, because they've been out there longer than 6 weeks out there. So I don't know, because they bought the one boat in 2023, a year ago, as of this time right here, 2024. But then they had that other boat they were cruising. So I don't know what she's talking about. 6 weeks, maybe in a row or something. But anyway, the person says, oh my goodness. She says, yep. And the friend says, I totally misread that. I thought neither of you liked it and we're just hanging up cruising. Now I'm really so sorry. She says, LOL, just starting over, Lynette says. And the friend says, oh, darling, that's got to be tough. My heart goes out to you. So that was just basically, well, I guess, yeah, no, it was like 2 years ago from when. So weird to think 2024 is 2 years ago now. All right, so let's finish watching this movie, or this video.
A month later, the couple was back together.
Can you just tell me what's going through your mind?
It makes me sad that
Lynette's daughter, Carly Aylesworth, speaking to us for the first time since Hooker's arrest.
I don't want it to be true because he was part of my life growing up and I care about him. So it's just hard to see someone that you care about possibly doing something like
Sound is off again? Oh.
this.
CBS News obtained these maps, apparently sent by Brian to friends, showing what he says is the last day they spent together before she went missing.
It was a cascade of failures, and it's something I'm never going to forgive myself for.
And it is getting down to the wire here. Brian Hooker's attorney said that authorities have until 7:20 p.m., so the next 30 minutes to decide whether to charge him or release him. If he is charged, he will be in court tomorrow. Now, Tony, there is a chance that they could release him and immediately rearrest him, and then the clock resets. Tony?
Christian Benavides will be following it. Thank you very much, Christian.
I'm just checking. You're saying it was off at the beginning of the text? Just making sure. Oh, I don't know. It looks like it's on. It's been on. I don't know. Oh, no, it was off. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know. The beginning was important, and I just. Oh, hi, Mom. Oh, thanks. Okay, thank you. No, go. Oh, I keep that so Zeke can go through. No, don't shut that all the way, Mom. I keep that so Zeke can. No, go. You open that a little bit more. Oh yeah. That one. Okay. So Zeke has it back way, just a little bit, and then shut. Oh. Shut this. Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why I cannot remember this, but it sucks because I do it so much. So this, I didn't get to read. So I was off for that whole part. Shoot. That's weird because I don't think I thought I muted it then. Um, I was wondering why my numbers did drop there. Okay, so let's just try to read this again. I'm good, right? I'm not gonna. I won't read the last half because it's important. This is in 2024. Okay, January 29th, 2024. Says a friend in NOLA has invited me to cruise. I'm just not sure now. So that's Lynette saying that, and the friend says NOLA question mark. So it's not. So if not cruising, you're not enjoying. It's your spouse. And she says, I love sailing. And the person says, and what is not, I don't know, that cut, you can't see what is not something. She says, New Orleans. Oh, what is NOLA? Okay. She's saying New Orleans. Sorry. She's saying what does NO mean or whatever, New Orleans. And she says, okay, then, well, that sounds like fun. And Lynette says, it does, but too much going on to think about it right now. It would be weird without my Brian. And the friend says, completely understandable. Probably a whole lot to wrap your brain around. And she says, so maybe I'll see you out there. Currently looking for a job. And the friend says, I don't know you well, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. But when you comment that it would be weird without your Brian, is it soon enough that maybe things could be reconciled? She says, this is important. Lena says, not this time. It was real bad. I can't be out there with him. And the friend says, totally understand with the follow up of this time. I get it. Big hugs, my friend. You're a strong woman. And she's heartbroken, considering I quit my awesome career, sold my house, and gave away everything I owned to cruise. Shaking my head, stupid. So that's what Lynette says. So they sold their house, gave away everything to cruise. And then look, he freaking, oh, well, either a horrible accident or a murder. January 29th, she says, the friend says, oh no, I can't remember. How long have you guys been cruising? She says, Lynette says, we were married 21 years. Our marriage lasted 6 weeks cruising, laughing. The person says, oh my goodness. Lynette says, yep. And the friend says, I totally misread that. I thought neither of you liked it and we're just hanging up cruising. Now I'm really so sorry. I don't understand how the friend could think that. The conversation says, God, it was bad. I can't be out. Oh, I guess it says I can't be out there with him. Okay. But no, because the friend says maybe things could be reconciled, and Lynette says not this time. So I don't understand how the friend is saying, "Oh, I thought you were just hanging up cruising." I don't know. I mean, that she said that she couldn't reconcile with Brian. I mean, she ended up getting back together with him, obviously. Anyway, Lynette says, "LOL, just starting over." Okay, so that's that. Oh. Shoot, I exited out of that one video that I was gonna play next, huh? Hold on, let me just go to my history. History. My mom got me, brought me some dinner. All right. Let me play. Let's play. Is this the one where, hold on. I want to play more of his interview. Ooh, this one actually looks like a good one. Hold on, let me find a little bit more with his interview, then I'll play. Yeah, this one. Let's play this one.
CBS News just spoke to the husband of a Michigan woman who disappeared on a boat ride in the Bahamas 10 days ago. Brian Hooker was released from police custody without being charged. CBS News correspondent Christian Benavidez is live from Freeport, Bahamas, and joins us to talk about it. So, Christian, what did he tell you?
Vlad and Kelly, good morning. Well, look, he had a lot to say, but he couldn't get to it because his attorney cut the interview short. We had a lot of questions for him. We asked him 3 very important questions in between our conversation with him. Just to give you a little backdrop on how exactly we got to this interview, we had agreed to an interview at some point today. And then we got a phone call early this morning that said the interview has to happen at this very moment because Brian Hooker is going to leave the area where we are in right now. And so within very short notice, we quickly were able to get something set up. We spoke to him, but we only spoke to him for about 6 minutes before his attorney said that he couldn't get into certain aspects of the investigation. Here is some of the interview, and we'll talk about it on the other end.
I want to. My goal is to go back and speak with the Hopetown Fire and Rescue volunteers, the search and rescue volunteers. They have been, I believe, still looking whenever they can, but even while I have been detained by the Royal Bahamian Police Department. I was speaking with a volunteer the day that I was detained to go out on one of their boats. They were going to take off work and take me searching some more areas. I won't be able to stop looking.
You want to keep looking for Lynette?
I'm going to need somebody with more authority to tell me to stop.
Can you explain to me? You've seen the attention this case has had.
CBS.
And more like I've heard about it. I have not looked at the news or any social media since the day before the accident, because my sister flew in to support me and said it's getting terrible out there. And then I went to dinner one night after searching, and I was approached by a freelance reporter, and I began to think that it was going to be terrible.
That freelancer was our CBS News producer who had tracked down Brian Hooker for us and asked him if he had anything to say about the ongoing search. You've seen that video on our platforms. Importantly, the things that we did not get to ask him about: what happened on the dinghy, what happened that night, because his attorney, again, cut the interview short. We did ask him a number of important questions, among them if he believes that Lynette is still alive. He said that he does, and he goes into what he wants to do next. So we'll have clips of that interview throughout the day on all CBS News platforms.
Yeah, Christian, an incredible get on that interview. And I mean, well done.
In the case of a Michigan woman missing in the Bahamas.
Called it.
Lynette told her friend, "Not this time. It was real bad. I can't be out there with him." But within a month, the two appeared to be back together.
We knew that there were problems.
Lynette's daughter, Carly Aylesworth, said Brian's story about what happened the night her mom disappeared doesn't add up.
I wish he wasn't detained. Like I really hope that this was an accident, but I just feel like a moment of anger from him has done something where he can't undo it.
Brian told police his wife fell overboard from their 8-foot dinghy during a nighttime ride on April 4th. He repeated a similar story to the Stevensons in a phone call last week. They recorded that call.
She basically just bounced off the dinghy in the middle of a little blow.
These maps with drawings from Brian may provide the most detailed account of what he says happened that night. The 59-year-old told friends he shared the images with boaters and law enforcement to help search and rescue teams. Brian was arrested by police Wednesday and has gone through several hours-long interviews, according to his attorney.
He was questioned in relation to causing harm, which resulted in her death, but we have no evidence that any body has been recovered.
His attorney tells me that police here have requested another interview with him today. They have until 7 o'clock tonight to decide whether to charge him or let him go. He has denied all wrongdoing and currently is detained without facing.
Dude. Look at this. Dinner. Shrimp. Edamame. And I forget what those other. Spoiled. Okay. Let's watch. Let's go ahead. Okay. I was gonna do the Nancy Grace, but maybe let's do. We didn't get to watch. Is it this one? Hold on. More of ooh, that's a good one too. I got so many good ones, I feel like. Of his interview. Hold on. I'm gonna do the quick this and then we'll do the Nancy Grace. This is NBC Today. So another one where it's a clip of his interview.
Did police ever explicitly ask you if you hurt your wife? Of course. What did you say to them? I said I've never harmed Lynette, and I never would harm Lynette, and I want to find Lynette.
This morning, we're finally hearing from Brian Hooker about that tragic boat ride, his wife's disappearance, and the agonizing days since she allegedly vanished in the waters off the Bahamas.
I don't think I've ever been apart from her in 25 years for this long.
Brian Hooker says Lynette accidentally fell from the couple's boat in rough conditions 11 days ago. But with his lawyer looking on, he would not go into great detail about the active investigation into his wife's disappearance.
If there's anything you can share about Easter weekend that you remember.
I cannot share anything. As you can imagine, things are chaos and hectic, and I welcome any attention, anything that helps me further my goal of finding Lynette.
Brian Hooker has not been charged with any crime, and police released him late Monday.
Any response?
Anything to say? But here in the Bahamas, the country's top cop tells me investigators do not trust Hooker's story.
Police still look at you as a suspect. Why do you think that is?
I think some of it is probably the media attention, which is understandable. My time with the Bahamian police was a small part of hell and a bigger part of hell that I'm really in right now. But they have to do their job.
I also asked Brian about his relationship with Lynette, which has at times reportedly been volatile.
What do you want people to know about your marriage with Lynette?
I want people to know that Lynette is my life, and we have been together almost half my life, and we belong to each other.
He says he plans to keep searching for Lynette by water and even by air if he can hire a plane.
No one has told me not to stop looking, and I'm going to keep looking.
So, Jesse, what is the latest on the search and on the investigation right now?
Hoda, the military here tells me it is looking to suspend its search for Lynette by tomorrow. They've been analyzing factors such as tide, drift, and wind, and the reality is they are simply running out of viable places to look for her. Meanwhile, Brian Hooker's attorney late yesterday telling us that she expects police could give Brian access to the couple's sailboat possibly in the next couple of days. Guys.
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us there in the Bahamas. Jesse, thank you.
I wanted to say there was a video recently where they were searching his boat. After he got released, they did a search of the boat, the sailboat. So we'll see. Is he coming back to Bahamas? I know he wanted to go home to check on his mom, visit his mom. But if he doesn't go back to help search, I mean, your wife is somewhere out there, you know, dead or alive. I mean, she's still out there. Like, how could you leave? I don't know. I mean, I get it if your mom's sick and you want to visit her. But if he doesn't go back, I don't know what to make. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play Nancy Grace. I'm gonna eat my dinner while I play it. Okay, so it's a really good one. Oh, and somebody had pointed out that he's not wearing his wedding ring in these interviews. So I keep looking at his hands. I forgot to look at the last one. I don't think this one I could see, but I mean, that's kind of odd too. Not wearing a wedding ring. I can't confirm if that's even true. I just seen people talking about it, but I don't think we could see his hand. Oh, wait. That'd be weird. Izzy, did you guys notice in any of the other videos? Well, keep your eye out for that. Okay. All right, let me play Nancy Grace because it's actually a good one. They play that recorded call. So he ends up calling his friends after this happened, one of his friends, and they recorded the call because they said that the way he was talking like so casually about it, like they felt like this is odd, and they recorded it. So that's really interesting. All right, so let's play. Here it is.
They have to either charge or let him go. I can't just pick you up, Randy, and throw you in jail and not charge you, not let you go, not tell you why you're there, nothing. Here, you have a mandatory time period where the person, you, has to be brought in court before a magistrate or judge and told why they're behind bars, and very often given a bond hearing right then and there. What's happening in the Bahamas? Why is tonight critical?
So thank goodness for those rules, right? Otherwise, you probably would pick me up and put me away. The Bahamas apparently has an exception. Come on, at least, in Georgia and most states, it's 48 hours. Prove your case, make sure you got probable cause, get the warrant, or people get to go free. We're innocent until proven guilty. Apparently, the Bahamas has a little exception. They've got a few extra days. But yeah, you can't just hold him hoping that you find some evidence to prove that he's guilty. If you can't prove it, you can't let him sit in jail. He's innocent until proven guilty, even in the Bahamas.
Also with us, Jordan Plentz, a neighbor of Lynette and Brian Hooker. Jordan lives across the street from Brian and Lynette. Jordan, thank you so much for being with us tonight, along with Vanessa Walsh. What was the nature of their relationship, Jordan?
It's their mom's house that lives across. Stay here in the off season when they're not sailing.
I accidentally removed that for a minute. Let me, sorry guys, I hit the wrong button. Let me just backspace it a little bit. Okay, here we go.
Vanessa Walsh, what was the nature of their relationship, Jordan?
It's their mom's house that lives across from me, but they stay here in the off season when they're not sailing. So I know them in this neighborhood. We kind of grew up together for years. Everyone has lived here for years. Like my family's been on this lake for 80 years, but they would live here when their mom would go to Florida when they're not sailing. But the nature of their relationship, like I said in the Detroit news when I just woke up from a night shift, I said, I'm not surprised because I knew from her mom, there was some domestic violence going on, a pattern of it. And there was a time, I think 2 years ago, she let me know that Lynette was staying at her house to kind of get away from that relationship, right? So she stayed there for a few months and then she ended up getting back with Brian, from my understanding. But I never really dug into it as much. They stored their truck in my backyard, their car is across the street. But, I knew that something was going on from her mom, Darlene. And right now, I think it's tough because you want to support the family and trying to find Lynette because it doesn't make sense, right? Where we grow up, everybody is a good swimmer. We spend every hour we can in the summer on the lake. Even Lynette grew up here and it just doesn't make sense.
You're saying, Jordan Plentz, it doesn't make sense because Lynette is such a great swimmer and spends a lot of time on the water. You don't believe
sailing.
It would have happened like this? What?
No, she grew up sailing. I mean, even with her dad, even as a kid, she was sailing. They have a sailboat her mom does in the garage that they practice sailing on before they could walk. So it doesn't make sense to me, and the story doesn't add up. And it's tough because, you know, somebody lost their daughter and their mother, and now she's still not found.
Jordan Plantz, I want you to listen very carefully to the sound that we have obtained from Vanessa Walsh, who is with us, the star of Unmasked True Crime. Here is the husband's explanation. It's long, it's rambling, it's circuitous, but it's very probative. See if this rings true in your mind, Jordan Plantz. Okay, let's listen. Hubby caught on tape.
She basically just bounced off the dinghy in the middle of a little blow, like 20-some knot winds that popped up, and on a half-mile maybe trip back to the dinghy, and single thing failed. Every single thing. We weren't wearing life jackets. It was sundown, and the sun set like basically 10 minutes after she fell over. Dinghy key over with her because it wasn't clipped to anything or anybody, and she had the spare dinghy key in her dry bag, which was with her. Yeah, it was inflated. Inflated because it was folded, but the wind blew us apart so fast that I think she tried to swim back to the sailboat, back to our sailboat, which was probably, I don't know, 1,000 yards or something. But the waves were 3 foot, and I was trying to ship to.
Wait a minute. Can I rewind it? What did he say about the key?
Oars.
I know the spare key, but what about the main key? Did he say anything? What? That didn't make sense. Hold on. I'm sorry. I just want to. You guys don't mind, right? Because try to remember everything he's saying. We'll just remember as it builds and as he talks more, see if there's inconsistencies, if you know what I'm saying. All right.
And the sun set like basically 10 minutes after she fell over. Dinghy key over with her because it wasn't clipped to anything or anybody, and she had the spare dinghy key in her dry bag, which was with her. Yeah, it was inflated. Inflated because it was folded, but the wind blew us apart so fast that I think she tried to swim back to the sailboat, back to our sailboat, which was probably, I don't know, 1,000 yards or something. But the waves were 3 foot, and I was trying to ship to oars, and one of the pins on the oars broke, and that bird dropped over the side. And I was yelling for her the whole time, and I yelled to her that I lost the oar, and I threw the anchor out and anchored the dinghy, and I yelled. I couldn't see her anymore. It was the moon had not risen yet.
That's a lot of coincidences. To high-profile lawyer Randy Kessler in the Atlanta jurisdiction, wow, he's just got some really bad luck. And don't be too hard on him, everybody, because apparently he is in a, and I'm quoting, extremely fragile state tonight because he's being questioned. He's worried about his mental state. He's fragile while search parties are still out in that cold, turbulent water looking for Lynette. Listen to all of these coinkydinks. Randy Kessler, she bounced off the dinghy. How does a person bounce? Okay. I guess maybe according to you, that's just semantics. 20 odd winds popped up suddenly. They weren't there just when they got away from the restaurant and got on the dinghy. And then suddenly, as soon as they got away from the pier, all these winds popped up and, quote, every single thing failed. Coincidence number 3, veteran swimmers and boaters were not wearing life jackets at night on turbulent waters. Then, amazingly, time worked against them. In just 10 minutes, the sun went down. And the kill switch was not, it was in her dry bag, and it wasn't clipped to anything. It wasn't on a lanyard, nothing. Now, it was inflated because the dry pouch was folded over. I don't think that's ever been found. Another coincidence. It goes on and on and on. The waves were 3 feet high, that close to shore. And then the oars, the pins on the oar broke out of the blue. The pins on the oar broke and one dropped over the side. And then the darn moon. The moon wasn't up yet, so he couldn't see. Okay, in just 1 minute, 28 seconds, I've got about 8 coincidences that doomed Lynette Hooker. Thoughts?
My thoughts are, I can see your mind working, and you're wishing you had the smoking gun and the big piece of evidence, and you don't. So you're trying to cobble together these coincidences, and every one of those coincidences, as you call them, are explainable and are rational and are believable and do not mean beyond a reasonable doubt he was guilty. Yes, you can figure out when the moon came up. You can look at the oar. Yes, winds come out of nowhere. Yes, you can bounce off a dinghy. All those things can happen. And yes, you say he's a victim. Assume for the moment that he's innocent. No, don't assume. Let's presume he's innocent, because that's the law. And if you presume he's innocent, then of course he would be depressed and fragile when his wife went over. If he's innocent, which we must presume because that's the system that we all live with, if you presume he's innocent, then absolutely he's fragile and he's shaken and he's in a state of fragility. So you don't have the smoking gun. You don't have an eyewitness. You don't have a gun with fingerprints. It's going to be a hard case for the prosecution. But I don't think you have proof beyond a reasonable doubt from a bunch of coincidences cobbled together.
There's more of him caught on tape. To Sydney Silvani joining us, investigative reporter with Crime Stories, I would think that he would be screaming, I got to get out of here to look for Lynette. But I didn't hear that in any of this recorded conversation. Not once.
And no one else is hearing that panic, that urgency in any kind of communications from Brian Hooker. He is just overly calm at every opportunity provided to him to explain what happened. And people are finding that extremely odd.
Out to Jordan Plentz joining us, a neighbor of Lynette and Brian Hooker. Jordan, what jumps out at you amidst all of these coincidences about how Lynette Hooker bounced off the dinghy?
Well, I think the main thing is if she was 1,000 yards away from the sailboat, that's what, half mile or so or more. As kids, we swim the lake, which is a mile across, a mile back, no problem. Even as adults, we do it every single year. She probably hasn't done it in a long time, but she's in good health. Like, why, even if it was rough out, she would be able to make it to the sailboat. So I think that doesn't make sense. And then he always was driving, from my understanding. So why would she have access to the key? And even that type of engine, right? You don't really need a key to operate it. You can pull the kill switch. It's almost like a jet ski, from my understanding. You can pull the thing up and still make it run.
You're seeing video right now of Lynette on their many, many journeys. As you heard Jordan Plent's neighbor state, they sold all their stuff years ago and went on a 4-year sailing trip. Also with us, Vanessa Walsh, the star of Unmasked True Crime Podcast.
That's where they said, okay, that's 4 years, she said. So if she's correct, 4 years. That's where I probably got the 4 years from. Okay. I'm going to look into that dinghy because we all have the same questions here about the key and what kind of dinghy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to find, hold on. I'm going to try to find the exact dinghy that they had because it's on, there's pictures of it on their channel and stuff. So I'm going to work on that while we're watching this.
Who originally got this sound and shared it with us here at Crime Stories. Vanessa, what jumps out at you?
Well, one thing I wanted to point out is the reason this audio even exists is because when his friends were on the phone with him, the first thing they were concerned about immediately was his tone and how casual that he was. And he was just so matter of fact. And then the other thing they told me was that he kept referring to Lynette in the past tense. And at that point, they were so disturbed by the phone call that they decided it was something they needed to document.
Guys, with us, Vanessa, Jordan, Sydney, and Randy Kessler. Also with us, renowned psychologist and mediator, Dr. John Delatorre. Dr. Delatorre, thank you for joining tonight. I want you to hear this next portion of this recorded phone call. Now, let me tell everybody that the phone call was recorded in St. Martin's, which is a one-party recording state. And the call was made from the Bahamas, which is also a one-party consent recording state. And few jurisdictions in the U.S., both parties, the recorder and the speaker, must agree to the recording. Not so in either Bahamas or St. Martin's. Okay, Dr. Delatorre, take a listen.
And the waves were doing their thing, and I saw her, I think, twice. I threw her a flotation cushion that we used to sit on the dinghy, right after she went in. But I couldn't tell if she got it or not. We've been looking for the cushion too, the search and rescue teams. How small a person is in 2 or 3 floaters and 25 knot winds. And so after an hour of calling her, I had never heard her voice. And a powerboat came by, and I waved my flashlight on my phone, and they were so fast that they didn't even see it. And then another one came by right behind it, sort of 5 minutes behind it, and I grabbed the flares by then. I had 2 flares, and they didn't see the flares, I guess. And then I didn't know what to do. By the time I got the anchor set, I was probably a quarter to a half a mile away from her.
More of those pesky coincidences keep occurring. A powerboat went by. He threw up a flare. They didn't see it. He waited a long time to anchor. He screamed into the darkness for an hour, even though he knew she could not hear him.
And I don't know if I'm going to skip over this part or not. I forget when the Vanessa that got the recording comes up again. She says that they said the flares and that the emergency equipment, he just said he used them. They said that they were still on the dinghy. He did not use any of the emergency stuff. So right there, he's lying. So that's what I'm thinking. So Donna, are you still in here? Because I know you were one of the ones that were, I feel like, maybe leaning towards his innocence or whatever. I get what people are saying about, I get why you would think, well, yeah, it definitely could have just been an accident, just because even if somebody's a horrible person, there could still have been an accident. Or even if somebody has a history of this or that, whatever. But when you lie, like if you're lying about something like that, like then why? Like if you have nothing to hide, why would you even make up this stuff about doing the flare? Does that mean, you know what I'm saying? Like if you start lying, then it seems like you have something to hide. So I don't know, maybe he has an explanation for this. So we'll see if he'll address it. But you set the flares off, but yet they were still in the boat and weren't used. Unless if he had something, I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
What do you make of his demeanor? And again, we're on the outside looking in. I would love to see police interrogation video to find out if it looks the way it sounds. But this is your bailiwick, Dr. Delatorre. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I have some big concerns about what I'm listening to. One of the biggest concerns is obviously the way that he's presenting this information. It seems too rehearsed, but not rehearsed like he's been thinking about this for a long time. More rehearsed in, here, let me try to say these things because I think they kind of make sense. Maybe they're cobbled together stories from issues that have happened in the past. But the biggest thing, no one saw a flare in the middle of the night. He said the moon hadn't even risen yet. And no one saw a flare. No one saw the flashlight from his phone. No. None of this stuff is really making sense. Is he culpable? Right. That's up for the law.
Interesting the way he describes waiting to put down an anchor, calling for her, knowing she could not hear him, putting up a flare. 2 of them, the boat didn't see the flare. To Vanessa Walsh joining us, star of Unmasked True Crime. Vanessa, what do you think of that?
Well, the flare part is interesting because I had this discussion with his friends actually over the weekend, the ones that gave me the audio, and they were pretty upset about the whole flare situation because there were multiple reports that came out of the Bahamas this weekend that none of the emergency equipment on the dinghy was used, including the flares.
Whoa. Okay, hold on. I need to put that in my notes. Would you repeat that again, Vanessa Walsh?
So when I was talking to Brian's friends this weekend, they were very upset about the part about the flares because as you heard him talk about, he said that he did use the flares to try to get the attention of the second passing boat and that they didn't apparently see the flares. However, there were multiple reports out of the Bahamian news this weekend, I saw them myself, that none of the emergency equipment on the dinghy was used, including the flares.
Straight back out to Randy Kessler, veteran trial lawyer out of the Atlanta jurisdiction, Emory Law School professor, former chair of the ABA Family Law Section. That sounds cozy. What it means is divorce and brutal custody fights. That's what family law means. Author of Divorce, Protect Yourself, Your Kids, and Your Future. I could go on. But Randy Kessler, thoughts?
Well, you're getting all these people coming up with circumstantial evidence, and there's more and more circumstantial evidence, and you can come up with all the circumstantial evidence you want. You got to have something more powerful than that to get a conviction. Look, if they knew they had him dead to rights, there wouldn't be this temporary period of detaining him. They would already have him locked away, and they'd say, we got the case, throw away the key. I still think they got an uphill battle. It's defensible.
Okay, at this juncture, we're just looking at a charge. A charge. Nobody's talking about a jury trial, a guilty plea, plea negotiations. We're just trying to determine, is there enough to formally charge him? I mean, putting myself in his shoes, I would be screaming, I want out to go and find my spouse. But hey, that's just me. Let's listen to more. Caught on tape. Brian Hooker.
At that point, I was slightly closer to something which has a few houses on it, and I decided I had to go get help. But I could not get to the island flood paddle, and the tide carried me right the first house and then the second house. And so I ended up drifting and paddling many hours until I landed on Marsh Island about 4 miles away. The dinghy key was not attached to me, so when we were around trying to get back in the boat, the sun was falling when it kind of dropped off. It was a magnet key, for the electric motor. And it was a cascade of failures, and it's something I'm never going to forgive myself for. And then, so this happened like Saturday night. During all day at the place called Tahiti Beach, and they're gonna have a beach bar that pulls up on a barge, and we hit the next stop, and we stayed too long. We left too dark. All kinds of shit. No life jackets. I had the two that you stuff, under the seats that nobody ever wears for Coast Guard purposes, but we used to wear these life jackets these other ones all the time.
Vanessa Walsh, star of Unmasked True Crime. What is he saying? It's just like a big mishmash.
Well, in that part, it's interesting because he's in one part of the audio, he talks about, he just said it, where after Tahiti Beach and when they went out to dinner, he says, we stayed too long and we left too dark. However, later in the audio, he says that Lynette fell overboard 10 minutes prior to sundown. So to me, that was just yet another inconsistency. I don't think it was as dark as he's making it out to be.
Vanessa Walsh, you should consider becoming an investigator or a trial lawyer, because you never know, Vanessa, which fact a juror is going to hook onto, and it will convince them. That's why each detail matters, as you're pointing out.
Does anybody I don't know. I'm not saying it makes me mad, but I always, when I hear her pronounce juror, why does she pronounce it like that? It's O-R, so it's not because that's the way it's spelled. But she's juror. Is anybody else? Well, what do you make of that? Does anybody else pronounce it that way? I've never heard anybody else pronounce it that way, but Nancy Grace, juror. could see if it was Jurar, but or if it was JUR hyphen R, like she's just saying R. Juror. There's another word she does that with, and I can't think of it, but there is another one. When I hear her always pronounce it, I'm like, I laugh kind of. I'll point it out if she says it. Okay, so yeah, interesting. Contradicting stories. Was it light? Was it dark? Why the heck wouldn't you leave the life jacket? And what was he going on to say? Because he started to say, like, we always wear them, and then what? What's the reason that you didn't have them on? If the weather was so as bad as what you were making, you would put the life jacket on, right? Yes, she does. You're right. You are right. She does. I know it is kind of, it annoys me because that's not how you say it. No, I shouldn't get annoyed with it. But like, it doesn't annoy me when there's certain words that, like, either like if you read it, you would pronounce it that way, but yet if you're a local, you know, like everybody else says it that way or whatever. Those things, that's fine because it's reasonable. You know, you're not going to know how you're supposed to say it if locally, or if it's just like not a common word. You know what I'm saying? But this is like a common word that, especially us, true crime, that like we hear everybody saying it, we all talk it. It's like a common word. So it's like, are we missing something? Like, because she's a lawyer, she's had her law degree, and so did Ashley Banfield. So it's like, no, because look at all the other lawyers who say juror. So I don't know why they do it. Maybe they were told something in law school, and because they have to hear everybody else saying it, and they're not saying it that way. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I'm glad I've thought to ask you guys because I'm always confused when I hear her saying it. Okay, I might skip through some of this
He
here.
said we left too dark, but earlier he said they left when the sun was still up, and then within 10 minutes, what a coincidence, the sun set. And then it was at least another hour or two before the moon came up. Let's see, according to the weather report, the moonrise was 10:05 p.m. To Jordan Plintz, Lynette and Brian's neighbor back home, what do you make of hubby caught on tape? What does it mean to you?
I mean, his story is just so inconsistent. It's back and forth. And I don't really believe it. Truthfully, I think with the history that he has and what they have, I think, you know, he really needs to be questioned. And I think we really need to pay attention to what her daughter is saying, and even Darlene, because they've lived it, right? And we need to pay attention to those details because obviously it has an influence of this accident that has happened, right? So I think it's important that they keep him there and they keep questioning him because it's going to keep changing.
What do you make of reports, Jordan Plintz, that Lynette had texted friends stating she was not going back to the relationship and that she was leaving? I'm going to put them up for you in just one moment.
So, I mean, she's done this before because she's lived across the street. Like about 2 years ago, she stayed for a few months and then went back. You know, she's gone and nobody can find her still. And he's kind of putting his foot in his mouth.
An avid swimmer. And now Brian Hooker caught on tape. Sydney Sumner joining us, Crime Stories investigative reporter. Let's take a look, Sydney, at the texts Lynette had sent to a friend. If you could put that up on the screen very quickly. How far south did you guys make it? We are probably starting the trek around the beginning of March. I guess it was too much closeness. We decided to call it quits. I'm not going back. Good luck, guys. Response, I'm really sorry to hear this. Lynette, Me too. Heartbroken considering I quit my awesome career, sold my house, and gave away everything I own to cruise. Stupid. Friend responds, oh no, I can't remember. How long have you guys been cruising? We were married 21 years. Our marriage lasted 6
Okay,
weeks.
here we are in beautiful
cruising.
Savannah Bay in
Oh
the British Virgin
my
Islands, and I just
goodness.
thought that it'd be a good time to do a little run through on the dinghy operations and engine, and maybe this is not for
Sorry, I'm looking up Dinghy thing. Sorry, I didn't realize I went to the YouTube and then the other one started playing. But we're gonna go over it. But let's finish watching this.
Are you surprised at what you're hearing? She texted Jordan.
No, I'm not. I think because of what Darlene has told me about, like, hey, she's going to come stay. She's left before. I knew that they're in tight quarters. So now, it's a little bit less. There's no place to go if you're on a boat. I mean, they're fighting. It's drinking, no responsibility. Really, like, compared to being home, I expected it to kind of pan out this way. I just didn't expect this outcome where now we can't find her body and, we have family that's devastated, right? So it's sad that she couldn't get away, but I do think she was going to leave him.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates, answers to unanswered questions from cases. See you there, and thank you, friend. We also have text sent by the husband, Brian Hooker. Let's take a look. A friend writes him, did we just see you guys on the world news? Said Lynette fell off the boat. Response by Brian Hooker, purportedly. Yes, brother, I'm afraid so. Off the dinghy and some choppy seas on the way back to the sailboat. The wind blew me away from her and she swam toward the sailboat and we lost sight of each other pretty quickly as it was just about sundown. I drifted and tried to paddle with one oar for the next 7 hours. Is 7 hours correct? Until I washed up behind the shore of the next island over and was able to get some help finally. We are all still searching. A lot is going on right now, but I thank you for checking on us. Being on the news is a huge burden. What? I would think you'd want to be on the news so people could look for Lynette. Being on the news is a huge burden, and I just had my first ever news organization call me a few minutes ago. Why is he talking about his interviews instead of his wife missing? Response, you're in our prayers. Hooker, thank you, friend. Our family is in hell right now. Search and Rescue just called and said they had searched a bunch of areas today and no joy. They're going out tomorrow, but a storm is coming in on Wednesday. Next, let's move forward. More from the husband. Good morning, Daniel. Thank you for reaching out and supporting us. I got the boat back to Marsh Harbor yesterday after the fire department brought me back to my dinghy. I'm on a mooring ball at a place called Conch Inn, staying on the boat. My sister and brother-in-law are flying in later this morning to stay a couple of days. I'll probably stay with them for a night or two while weather happens, but then I plan on heading back out to the site and continuing the search. I will most likely definitely need help in the future, but I just don't know what it is. I'm trying to take it one day at a time. Keep the faith. Search and rescue is out again today before some big winds come tomorrow. Okay, Vanessa Walsh, what do you make of the texts?
Well, I'm sure it is a burden for the press and, to be following this because he has a lot of eyes on his kind of wacky story here and a lot of scrutiny over it. But I noticed in the text that he has such a simplified version in that it's just that the wind blew them apart and they lost sight. But yet again, an inconsistency with the audio, because he does say in the audio that when he dropped anchor, she was a quarter to a half a mile away, indicating that he could see her, but he decided it was a better idea to go a different direction and try to get help instead.
How is it?
Makes
I
no
don't
sense.
understand, Vanessa, how he washed up at a different island. How did that happen? I mean, he also provided some maps. Let's put them up in order, please. How did he end up on a different island? Let's see the maps, please, control room. On the map that he sent, it says Lynette fell in at the end of the red line. Anchor dinghy, drift and paddle 4 miles west. What does that mean, Vanessa?
Well, when his friend sent this chart to me, this is a screenshot from a GPS app that Brian took and sent after their recorded call. And if you look at that red line and where it says Lynette fell here, what he wanted to point out to me was the depth chart is on there. And you can see that the area where he has marked himself, the depth is anywhere between 4 to 7 feet. So this is extremely shallow water we're talking about.
Ouch. Wait, so let me understand, Jordan Plants, you are a neighbor of Lynette and Brian Hooker back home. In 7 feet of water with no blow to the head that we know of. Remember, she bounced off the boat. She can't swim in 7 feet of water?
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me at all, personally. I'm telling you, nobody around here does not know how to swim. And especially since as long as she lived on this lake, I mean, she's my dad's age. She's been swimming these waters that are way deeper out front of our house than 4 to 7 feet. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm just very curious. I really want to find that missing oar. I want to find, most likely, her body, because I want to find out if she has a blow to the head or any other trauma to her body. Let's take a look at the next GPS map sent by Brian Hooker. It says Brian Dinghy route. What does this mean, Vanessa Walsh?
He was just showing him how the current pulled him and that he only used that one oar that he had, which he didn't use earlier to get to Lynette, who he saw a quarter or half a mile away, but he was able to use it to get to Marsh Harbor 4 miles away.
That's a really good point. Could not use the oar to get to her, but did use it to paddle 4 miles. There is another map, and this is where the sailboat anchored, where the sailboat was anchored. There near Aunt Pat's Bay. The winds in Hopetown were around 10 to 20 miles an hour at that time. Okay, what does this mean to you, Vanessa Walsh?
Well, I do want to say I'm not an expert, but I will say that when I talked to the friend, they also mentioned that they had talked to people that were moored right next door to the Hooker's yacht. And they were also in that exact same area at that exact same time with their children on their dinghy. And they did not experience the same conditions that he's talking about. And they did the same route.
Wow. What do you mean they did not experience the same conditions on the same route?
Crazy.
They told the friend that they would not have had their children in the dinghy if it was too bad of conditions. And they had all of their kids in the dinghy coming back from dinner at the same inn at the same time. And they didn't find the waters that choppy or the wind that bad.
Let's take a listen to more of Brian Hooker caught on tape.
Can't explain what happened to us, you know. I threw the dinghy out last, or the anchor out last instead of first, because the dinghy was all tangled up in the bottom. It was underneath of another cushion, and I was just trying to get to her, and I was going to row. But it is ridiculous to think you can row
I gotta listen to that part. Hold on.
It was underneath her out last instead of first, you know. I threw the dinghy out last, or the anchor out last instead of first, because the dinghy was all tangled up in the bottom. It was underneath of another cushion, and I was just trying to get to her, and I was going to row. But it is ridiculous to think you can row a dinghy, especially a fiberglass dinghy, against the wind and 2 foot to 3 foot swells. I can't really explain it. You know, I just know that I hate this boat, and if she doesn't come back, I'm never getting on this boat. I'm going to sell this boat here. Every single.
Yeah, that seems a little Like he's saying, "Oh, if she doesn't come back, I'm never getting on this boat. I'm going to sell it." Like that's that's your conclusion? Like what? You know what I'm saying? It's like, what about if she doesn't come back? My life is just ruined. Like that was the love of my life. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, but well, I'll just sell that dinghy. I don't want to be on that dinghy anymore. Well, I'd hope so, but I would think that was the last thing on your mind of what you're gonna. I don't know. That seems like an odd statement to make.
Single thing that's good on it came from her. Every cute idea and awesome idea, I just picked. But she really creates. And we still didn't wear our life jackets, and we could have got run over, in the dark by some of these Bahamian drivers were crazy, and they wouldn't see his stupid headlamp instead of a dinghy light. And we just kind of take all these little things for granted because almost all the time it works, and it did not. There's a lot of it didn't work. Only I guess that worked was that there was an island in the way of me drifting out to sea, and I landed on it, and then I somehow got to shore.
Randy Kessler's, in his words, not mine, it was just a cascade of failures. Wow. What a cascade of failures. So many things just went wrong. And he lived, and she didn't.
Yeah, there are a lot of things like that, right? There's a whole movie called A Perfect Storm because of a cascade of failures that led to that terrible tragedy. When you're talking about how he couldn't paddle to get her, but he could paddle, he just explained why he ended up beached somewhere else. The currents took him. The wind took him. He only had an oar. There are rational, reasonable, believable explanations, alternative explanations, as long as there are other options, believable, reasonable. It doesn't have to be certain that those other options were correct, but reasonable, believable, other explanations for why he ended up where he is. Look, he may have done it, he may not have done it, but can they prove it beyond a reasonable doubt is what I'm concerned with. So far, I don't think so.
Well, it seems as if husband Brian Hooker has managed to obtain a criminal defense lawyer. Listen.
They told him the investigation was in relation to causing harm, which led to the death of his wife.
Did they give you any hints? Did the questions tip their hand at all?
It didn't really, because we are uncertain at this point if anybody was recovered. If you have not located the person, how can you say that harm was caused to the person? And if you have not discovered a body, how can you say whether or not foul play was involved, which led to death?
From our friends at NBC, straight out to Crime Stories investigative reporter Sydney Sumner. Sydney, we heard him, Brian Hooker, describe a powerboat coming by in the dark that he says he shot 2 flares at when it passed, but it didn't stop. Isn't it true that AIS tracking devices could be used, that system could be used to determine whether a boat passed?
AIS tracking does have historical data going back all the way to 2009. So yes, we should be able to determine if 2 weeks ago a boat did pass the hookers as they were attempting to make it back to the soulmate.
So there is a way to track the boat traffic in that area, correct, Sydney?
Correct.
To Jordan Plintz joining us, a neighbor of Lynette and Brian Hooker's. Now you've heard that recorded conversation, and I imagine there will be more. What do you think?
It's kind of hard to digest. I mean, it's sad knowing that she had all the support to leave, didn't leave, and now we're still searching for her body. And I do believe he's the only person that knows the truth, and I think that he needs to stay there until the truth comes out, because Darlene and her daughter Carly deserves that, truthfully, and nothing's going to bring her back, but I think finding a body and then also finding the truth, I think more pressure, we're going to know what really happened to Lynette, and it just breaks my heart for the family. I can't imagine. I'm a mother and losing my daughter. It doesn't matter what age. I feel so heavy for that family, and we're all really close in this community. So it's a hard hit.
Well, Jordan, what can you tell me about the times that Lynette Hooker actually moved out according
I
to
mean,
reports, because of domestic violence.
Darlene just kind of let me know because I kind of watch over the house when she's in Florida. Like, hey, Lynette's going to be there. You know, they're not really getting along. She's moving out. I don't really question it. She didn't really come out of the house much. I mean, if she wasn't working, she would just stay in. It's cold here, so there's not much to do in the winter time. So I didn't really see her as much. I would just check in with Darlene and ask her how she's doing. And then I would see him come randomly one day and I'd be confused. And then she'd be gone. And then they're off sailing again in their sailboat. So
Dr. John Delatorre joining us, psychologist, mediator, specializing in forensic psychology. Dr. Delatorre, after prosecuting domestic homicides and working the hotline at the Battered Women's Center for so many years as a volunteer, I'm not surprised. If there was domestic violence, that she would leave and then go back.
No, not at all. This is a pretty common, and unfortunately, the end result is often what we see when it comes to domestic and intimate partner violence. What the ability, even though you have all of the resources in place, the ability to do so, the psychological toll that the abuser has placed on the victim, it can be so insurmountable that even if you have all of the financial, economic, and family resources, in place, it doesn't mean that you're actually.
I was looking at some research, and I was looking at trying to find the engine and everything, the boat he used, and I was actually going to play this. So every video that I've looked at when they're on their dinghy, and this is their more current dinghy because there's one from like 3 years ago where it's a different one. You see they have like the kill switch. So if you're driving the boat and you fall out, it goes off so you don't get chopped up by the blade, right? So every video I have seen, he's been driving it, number one. Number two, he doesn't have the wristband. He's not putting it on his hand. And this is the one video I was going to show because watch, you could clearly see he doesn't have it on here. Hold on.
Actually going to follow.
See? A lot of times you'll have a wristband and it's connected to the kill switch. So if you fall, it'll come out. So if they didn't use wristbands, then how would she have the key? She wouldn't have the key. That doesn't make any sense. The key would be in the thing, driving it. The only way that it would go in with her is if she had a wristband connected to it. I mean, I guess she could have, but usually it's the person driving because your hand's right there. Like I said, I'm not saying that she never drove the boat, but every video on their channel where they're both driving or they're both on the dinghy, he's driving. He has his hand there. And I never see a wristband on his hand. And I don't see one on her hand either.
And family resources, in place. It doesn't.
So that's interesting. Because that's the only way she'd have the key when she falls over is if there was a freaking wristband connected. And I don't know.
Mean that you're actually going to follow through with that. The pattern of leaving and then coming back and leaving and then coming back. This is not uncommon. And unfortunately, we're now in a situation where we don't have the end.
Wristband.
We don't have the truth about how this.
See, nothing. You could tell he doesn't have one on there either.
Relationship is now over. We have his story, but his story.
So my point is, it doesn't look like they use the wristband method. You know what I'm saying? I guess if they fall over, they're just risking being chopped up, unless if it works differently and there's, I don't know. I mean, yeah. And some of them do have, and no, the girl was talking about where you have a thing where you could, what is it called? Oh my God, what's the word for it? You could start it up manually. Some of the motors have them, some don't. I don't know if theirs does or not, but I would think if he had one that had it, that would be an easy thing to incriminate him. Because if he says, hey, her key went in with me, and I'm sure they searched his boat, they'd be like, well, why didn't you manually start it? So, I mean, chances are it doesn't have that, but I don't know.
Is not believable.
American homeowners.
All right, I think I'm gonna. Oh, I remember. Did you see about this? This happened. Well, this is worth seeing. Hold on. I forgot about that. So, this Brian Hooker's attorney statement, safety incident resulting injuries. Despite the choppy and dangerous sea conditions, Brian was kept in handcuffs. He lost his footing and fell overboard. Brian sustained an injury to his knee. So during them transporting him, I think they took him out to, I forget where he's going. Maybe it was when they were taking him out to show where he was or transporting him somewhere, but they had him in handcuffs and he fell. Let's see if she says. I remember reading about it. I think it's he went out with him to show him, right? Where he threw the raft, I think.
Was handcuffed, which is typical arrest. Quote, harrowing viewing has given a statement in writing concerned about Brian Hooker's scraped knee. She refers to a, quote, harrowing account of an incident that occurred the night of his arrest.
No, yeah, I know it. That what a kill switch is. I know exactly what it is. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people use it. But what do you mean workaround? Yep, he said so she had the spare key and then the key that they were using. So that's the whole thing. We got to figure out, and that's a huge piece right there. If somebody that's familiar with, and there is a video where somebody else is on that dinghy with them, so some of their friends that maybe went on that dinghy with him, I would love to interview one of them and see what was their natural protocol. Like, what did they do when they were together? How did they use the kill switch? Were they concerned about it? Did anybody ever, did they have like a wristband thing for it ever? Did they never use it? Like questions like what kind? Did it have one of the manual startups? Who usually wore the wristband if they did? Or did they have another, another protocol of what, like, oh, what if somebody falls over? This is what we got to do. If you're solo, if you're solo, I feel like you would probably want to use the, they want to wear a wristband, but I don't know. I mean, I like to know their setup and their motor. I was trying to get a good look at the motor. It's very thin, which it could be. I'll show you some of the possibilities. I've been going through their videos. That's what I've been doing while we were watching this. And I can't get like a clear picture of the exact motor, but I can get the shape of it, which is a little bit unique because it's really thin right here, which, there's like these motors. Hold on, where's that at? Like this motor. Hold on. Where's that other picture I had? Trying to get the top view. Oh, this one. Oh, hold on. I want to play the other video first that I was gonna play about. So yeah, I'm just curious. I'd love to know what they had, what they normally do. So, but yeah, I mean, it makes no sense that he didn't help her, make sure she got a life jacket, life vest, put the anchor down first, go right to the, how many yards, a few yards the other way, like he couldn't make it really close on shore to save her or even try, but yeah, he goes the farthest possible away or away from her.
He was handcuffed, which is typical when someone is arrested. He lost footing and fell overboard, and he was submerged in the water. He had on a life jacket, which brought him to the surface, and he sustained a scrape to his knee. and they are demanding medical attention. Is this real, Sydney, or is this some kind of a joke?
This is what Hooker's attorney claims happened to him the night of his arrest. Hooker was already in police custody, and they were transporting him, very similarly, on a dinghy out to the Soulmate, where they intended to perform a search. Hooker reportedly went over the side of the Soulmate, lost his footing, ended up in the water, brought back to the surface by this life vest. Police officers having to fish him out of the water to bring him back on the boat, and he hurt his knee when he fell over the side. So his attorney is now seeking medical attention for a sprain, a scrape, we don't know.
Randy Kessler, just send him a Band-Aid and let's move on.
Peekaboo, that's crazy. So one of the ones that I felt like looked like the motor was an electric one, so that would be crazy. That would mean they wouldn't have a kill switch, so it wouldn't stop. And you guys are realizing what I'm saying here. If nobody was wearing a wristband for a kill switch where it would stop the motor and the key would come out when the person falls, if nobody was wearing one, that means when she went overboard, there would be no reason that the motor would stop. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason that it would just go off. The motor should still be on. So that's what makes no sense here. So yeah, there's one that kind of looks like it that is a electric one, and that would be, like I said, if we could find out that it was, then that would be really red flag. But I don't know who. Maureen, you said 0707. What? I don't understand what you're saying. Is that? Can you give me more information on that? I'm guessing you're saying that's the motor, but can we get a brand, or can you give me a little bit more information on how to look that up? You just said 0707. Sorry, I don't know. I can't just look at a motor and know what it is, or no, that doesn't make sense to me. So what I'm asking is, here, I'll just try to look it up. If maybe you could give me a little information to look it up. Let me just put in 0707 dinghy motor and see if anything comes up. Okay, I guess it does. Oh, the same ones are coming up that I was looking at. I think it's just bringing up dinghy motors because I put dinghy motors. I don't know what you mean by 0707. Well, maybe you could email me or something. Oh, I take that back. The one I was looking at did have a little propulsion, really little. I guess they're all really little. Anyway, all right, so let me exit out of this. That was good video. Definitely informational. Let me see what this is. I wasn't able to watch the audio for this, but I just wanted to watch. Hold on, where is it? Let's see what this says. It's just somebody talking about how to operate a dinghy. I'm just gonna see if there's anything interesting on it.
We are in beautiful Savannah Bay in the British Virgin Islands, and I just thought that
Oh, okay, Melanie. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking. Oh my God, no wonder why I'm trying to type that in for a motor and nothing's coming up. Oh my Lord, I'm an idiot. I thought you were answering what kind of motor. And you know, another reason why I thought like it confirmed, like, okay, she must be talking about, because somebody responding, how'd they respond? Hold on. Somebody says, well, precisely. And then it says, did that motor even have a kill switch? So I'm thinking you guys are all having a conversation talking about that motor. Okay.
a good time to do a little run through on the dinghy operations and engine. And you know, maybe this is not for you. Maybe you're a skipper, and you know what it is all about. But then it's, in that case, it's for your crew, because.
But I want to show you. Do you see how big that motor is? Just real quick, I just want to show you how small theirs is, as far as the part where you could see up here. You could really see it in that video they were playing. But here, that other video here, look. Here's one that you can see. This is from their channel. Look how thin the width of that is. It's just music playing, but look, it's a lot thinner. of a motor. Now that one, it's hard to see. It doesn't look like he has anything on his wrist. But the important thing is the she. Because, I mean, no, she's always holding the camera. And I don't think he is either. So they probably didn't use a kill switch, to be honest. Like I said, that's an issue. If they didn't use one, the key, how did you lose power when she fell? How did she even get the key if you didn't use the kill switch? Yeah, it doesn't look like he has a wristband on either. I'd love to talk to that girl, that lady that there's a lady on the dinghy with him, so we know where is it. I'm sure more than one person. Right here, there's somebody on it with him here. And look, Lynette's holding the camera. This girl's smoking a cigarette. There's Brian. Doesn't look like he has, no, I don't see no wristband on. So, doesn't look like it's a common practice. I don't think they used them. Anyway, let's go back to that other one. Just see if there's anything that stands out on this.
You're going to have crew members on your boat. They're really excited, and let's just make sure that they're operating the dinghy properly and safely. So, hello crew member. Maybe it's the first time you've ever used the dinghy, or a second, or a third, or whatever, but let's just make sure that you're doing it properly. So here we are. I'm just going to run through a few things. This little device here, this is your safety device. Notice it's around my wrist. What it does is it kills the engine. So if this comes out of here, the engine won't operate. The only way the engine can operate is if this is pulled out. And so if you pull this out, that's the way the engine starts. It can't start like this. So we have this in here, and the reason I have it around my wrist is if I fall overboard, it comes out. All right. So the problem with falling overboard, it's really dangerous, because when it falls overboard, invariably you do this. That's going to turn the engine this way, the propeller's spinning, and it's going to chop your leg off. So that's not good. So this is a really essential device for operating the dinghy. Okay, gear levers. This is really simple. That's reverse, neutral, and forward. So a couple of things to notice about that is, here's a throttle. You've got to make sure that your throttle isn't idle whenever you change gear.
Wait, you can't hear the oh, I did it again. Gosh darn it. Oh, I give up. I don't know. I feel like I ruined all my videos because I can't remember to. So many people would never have started complaining about me sipping the noises. I would never mute it, but I'll probably get a complaint because I didn't mute it a couple times when I sipped. I guess I shouldn't care, but all right. So what I was asking is, when he was explaining, this is what I was asking you guys. Was I understanding right where he said this part right here, where he said, here, let me play it again. This part right here, he said that won't stop the engine, but that could start it without the key. Did I understand that right? Let me play it again and see. And maybe I'll be able to understand it better the second time. Let's see.
I'm just going to run through a few things. This little device here, this is your safety device. Notice it's around my wrist. What it does is it kills the engine. So if this comes out of here, the engine won't operate. The only way the engine can operate is if this is pulled out. And so
he's saying that you could still turn on the engine without the key, right? Am I understanding that right, or am I not? Help me out here. Because I know, like I said, I was saying earlier, but you guys probably just saw me do the motion and couldn't hear me. The chant where you pull the, I forgot what they call it, to start up like lawnmowers or a lot of these some of these engines, you could start it manually that way. This is even something different here. But are you guys understanding that you could start it without the key, right? So what I said is I was going to try to figure out if most engines like this you could start without a key. Oh, no, I know it's much bigger. I know. I'm not saying this is his his motor or anything. I'm just trying to get a basic of how, I don't know, just see if there's any clues. And then I've been trying to look to see which engines his is. And that's my next step. I'm trying to figure out what engine. But still, I want to just learn a little bit how some of these work.
If you pull this out, that's the way the engine starts. It can't start like this. So we have this in here. And the reason I have it around my wrist is if I fall overboard, it comes out.
I'm going to fast forward.
Terribly stressed about that is you've got it in neutral, you're going to bring your throttle down to idle, and then you're going to put it to forward. If you're going to put it back into neutral, you're going to bring your throttle back down to idle and put it back into neutral. And same for reverse. So that's all pretty simple. So it's very easy to start the engine. Typically what you're going to do on an engine is you're going to use this here. This is called the choke. What choke does is that it chokes off the air going into the carburetor. It puts more fuel into the carburetor so that it can start the engine easier. The only problem with choke is that oftentimes you'll put too much fuel into the carburetor. If you do that, you're not going to be able to start the engine. The carburetor and the engine need air and fuel. So if you've choked it up too much, then you're going to have problems starting the engine. And that's okay. It's very simple. It's a little trick that that I teach people all the time is you're going to open up the throttle all the way to completely open, completely full speed, and turn the choke off, and you're going to give the engine a pull, and that's going to get a lot of air into the carburetor and get rid of that fuel, and you'll be able to start.
So I get it. I don't even think you don't need a key at all for it. The kill switch just shuts it off. You don't actually need that to start it though, at least not this engine. But I wouldn't think he'd be that dumb that he would have an engine that you don't need anything and say, oh, she had the key, because then he'd be busted. You know what I'm saying? So he obviously has to have one where it's required. If not, then I mean, you'd need to arrest him right now because he's lying. You know, why is he lying about that? But I see. Do you guys understand? He doesn't need this plugged in to start it. He just needs it that it's a safety precaution. So if he falls overboard, it'll stop it. Which I realized that part of it. But I also thought you needed it to actually start the engine. At least not with this one. So I'm a little bit confused. What engine did they have? Because why would how did it go out with her while they were driving it? Does that make sense? Like, how did she have it when she fell? This doesn't make sense.
Bring my elbow down, like that, okay? So the worst case you can do is knock somebody's knee off. Elbows, elbows, elbows. Always be watching for elbows, all right? Okay, so we got the engine started. Just gonna put it forward, and off we go. All right, so that's easy. You're gonna use reverse very seldom. Just be careful. This boat's got a little safety device on it, so when it is in reverse, the engine won't rise up. But a lot of times you'll find if it doesn't have that device on it, as soon as you crank the engine in reverse, that engine comes ripping up out of the water, and that's not good. So just be careful of that. Okay, let's stop the engine. So the other thing I wanted to show you here is we can pull the engine up, and there's this little device right around here. And that is your lever that locks the engine up into a position like this. When to let it down, all you do is lift the engine a bit, click that up, keep holding it up, and you drop the engine all the way down. If you don't hold it up, you can get it to another position like that, and it's not all the way down. And that's actually fairly handy sometimes because you're coming in, it's getting a little bit shallow. You can lift the engine up a little bit and lock it halfway up. But to operate it fully, just lift it all the way down. All right, So that is the engine. Okay. What else?
Oh, 100% he mentioned keys. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm I'm trying to figure this out. He 100%. That was the whole issue. That was why she had both keys. So he said she obviously had the one they were using in the moment of driving, which I don't know how she took those down with her. The only thing I could think is a wristband like this guy has, but this is for a kill switch, so I don't know. We really got to figure out what motor that they used. And number two, he said she had the spare because he threw it with the, what did he say? It was in the one bag or whatever. So she had the spare too. So that's an important piece. Of course, that he said that was the reason he had one paddle and he had to paddle and that's the reason it took him so long to get to where he got. They said normally it would have taken him 20 minutes, I think, to get there. That's all it should have taken him to get from where she fell off to where he ended up. Instead, it took him, what, 8 hours or 7 hours, or how many hours was it? A long time. And yeah, so that was the whole thing. He couldn't start the boat because she had the keys.
Else? Any questions from the cameraman? It is tight, and what it's doing is putting fuel and it's forcing. Everybody's going to go over onto the beach. The dinghy's going to land on top of them. People are going to get.
Okay, so then I was looking up different dinghies, different motors, because he had a thin one. Oh shoot, where did that go? Oh, wait, that's not it. That's not. Huh. So, let me see here. I don't know. The one that I had up, I don't know where the heck it freaking went. When I was, oh, it's right here. Here it is. I don't know if it's quite like that, but this is an electric one, propulsion. It wasn't as short like that way, but it was really thin. It was like rectangular, but thinner. But let's see. Maybe it was, I'm not saying that it was this exact one, but it could have been kind of similar. Let's see. Why do I think it might have been like an electric one? The reason I'm thinking that is because it was so small compared to these other ones. So I could be wrong, but let's just look at how the electric ones operate. I don't know. I'm thinking it was an electric because it's definitely small like that. Do you guys not agree? The gas ones are usually, it looks like we're bigger. So I would guess, if I had to bet, I would guess they're using an electric one.
Portable, light. This eco-friendly electric motor checks all of the boxes when it comes to efficiently and effectively powering.
I can't risk I'm not saying it's this exact one, but I think he had one because it's small. I'm trying to see if we see like any key or how they have to turn it on. But I wouldn't see him saying the thing about the key if it doesn't take a key, because that would be a really stupid mistake to make if you're trying to tell a story, because then that'd be easy to disprove or prove. Be like, okay, let's see make sure this engine takes a key. I would hope that they wouldn't just not look into that to make sure that that could be the case. Wouldn't that be something if they just they're just like, oh, okay, a key fell over. I would know they would have had to. So if not, I don't even know what to think. I would be very USP power outlet. Let's see here. I'd be very disappointed in law enforcement if they didn't. Huh. Oh no, dude. I don't see. Let me look at details here. Let's see. Like I said, I know it's probably not this exact one, but I do think it's an electric, so I want to just kind of see what if they have keys or if this one has a key just to see. Minimal noise. Okay, so we have display, digital display, USB outlet, height and length adjustable, one click connector. Huh. I don't see anything for key yet. I don't know. Quick release for motor on off. So that tells me there would be no key, right? Hold on. Huh. I don't think this one has a key. There is a kill switch. But I don't know. I'm not, just because there's a kill switch, I feel like that just shuts it off. I don't feel like you have to have it usually, not all the time. That's not a requirement usually to start it. It's just, it shuts it off. So it's a safety thing, right? But maybe it does. Maybe it is a requirement for whatever one he had. Not all of them. I don't think all of them at all. All right. Let's look up. Oh, here's another electric. That one looks. Ooh, this looks more like his. Because I know it kind of looks rectangular, but why do I feel like it could be? Well, I guess both of them. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's just something like these electric ones. I really do. And I just, you know what I'm going to look up? Hold on. I'm going to look something up real quick. Maybe I'll look more into it and play another video while I'm looking. So I'm just trying to find one that has a key or more information about a key. Key items features. Let's see. This is another electric. Huh. I asked, do most electric dinghy motors require a key? And they say no. Most modern electric dinghy motors do not require a traditional metal key to start. Instead, they typically use magnetic kill switches, lanyards, removable magnetic keys, or digital buttons, apps to initiate power and act as a safety cutoff. Magnetic key that must be placed on a tiller or interface to turn on the motor. The same key acts as a safety lanyard if it's pulled away. The motor immediately shuts down. I bet you they had something like that. A magnetic key. But, and maybe a physical lanyard to be attached for the motor to run. So that's what that was. Okay. So I wonder if it's more like they just had it connected to her, but not with a wristband, maybe to a bag or something. But see, that's probably going to be, if he indeed did kill her and it wasn't, you know, an accident, oh, that's probably what he'll say. But yeah, I bet you they had a magnetic lanyard or whatever, something connected. They say a lot of them do. It's not like a key that we're thinking, which I realize that anyway, but I was just trying to figure out if it was some kind of key that if she had it, if they wouldn't be able to, if he wouldn't be able to start it up. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, let's say they did have a kill switch and it was connected to her and it went off, the motor went off. Why couldn't he just start her back up? But they probably do need it. So there you go. Sorry if I wasted your time with all that, but I think, I just exited out of that. Ashley Banfield, but I could just go back to it. But so that's, at least that's what I'm sure he's gonna say. Zeke never came back. Gosh darn it, that booger. All right. Let's do that. Okay. So let's sorry, I'm just trying to, there we go. No, wait, that's covering that up. Sorry. I'm just trying to find. I don't like that. I like this on the horizontal, but the vertical is just like, I'm like, it's that thin. All right. What if no, I'm going to stick with that. All right. So let's play. What do we play next? Hold on 1 second. This looks like it could be a good one. Let's see.
6th, after Bahamian authorities released a statement about a woman who went missing during a nighttime boat ride that past weekend. The next day, we learned the woman was Lynette Hooker, a Michigan mother who was with her husband, Brian. I'm Cristian Benavides, and I've been covering the case from the start. Here's a timeline of her disappearance. After she went missing, Brian told authorities his wife fell from their dinghy and the current swept her away. He's denied any wrongdoing.
According to Bahamian police, Brian Hooker said they departed hometown at 7:30 p.m. Saturday on their 8-foot dinghy en route to Elbow Key. He said she fell over with the keys to the boat and was swept away in strong currents. He says he lost sight of her and paddled to shore, arriving around 4 a.m. Sunday.
That is the sailboat that was used by Lynette and Brian. It's docked here in Marsh Harbor. They would use a dinghy to get from the sailboat to land. On April 7th, we spoke to Carly Aylesworth, Lynette's daughter, who said she had questions about the incident. She shared a voicemail with us from her stepfather, Brian Hooker.
They do have life jackets on there. They just don't wear it when they're on it.
Speaking to CBS News, Carly Aylesworth, Lynette's daughter, says the two had a rocky relationship.
From what I've heard from my grandma, their relationship has been a lot of fighting and drinking lately. So I'm just kind of questioning what actually went on in that dinghy.
According to Aylesworth, her mother and Brian, her stepfather, had split up in recent years and then got back together. Royal Bahamian police say Brian told investigators Lynette fell over from an 8-foot hard-bottom dinghy with the keys to the boat and was carried away by strong rip currents. Brian left Aylesworth this voicemail message, where for the first time, hear about a floating device he allegedly threw to her.
Hello, honey. I just got a call from Oaktown Search and Rescue, and I found a flotation device that I threw to Mom when she fell overboard.
A CBS News producer tracked down Brian in the Bahamas, but did not comment about the search for his wife. Aylesworth says her mother is an experienced swimmer and boater and doesn't believe his story adds up.
For one, I don't understand how she got the key. Brian's always driving, so
There you
he
go.
basically is in charge of the key. So the fact that my mom had it doesn't make any sense.
On April 8th,
Wait, hold on.
So the fact
Look at that. There's the lanyard, right? I bet you that's it. So I don't see it being connected to her though. It would be I would still think it would be connected to him because he's always driving, unless for some reason she was driving. But I bet you this is it. I bet you that's connected right there, but he doesn't wear it on his wrist. So I wonder if he has it connected to, like, is it sandal or something maybe? I don't know. But it's not on his wrist. Maybe he just hangs it down and figures he'll hold on to it if they'll put it on if the weather gets bad, or hurry up and grab it if they're about to fall. I don't know, but I think that's it right there. Huh. Like I said, he could have it connect. It could be long and it connected to like his ankle or something. I don't know, but it's obviously not connected to her. At least not in this picture. You could see it hanging this way. It's right there at the top, and then it hangs down.
that my mom
Ooh, this is the best shot of the motor we got.
had it
Yes.
doesn't make any sense.
I'm gonna screenshot this. Oh shoot! I knew I was gonna go too far. Hold on, 1 second. I'm screenshotting that. That's a good. It does look like it's. I'm gonna find that motor now, because the other ones I could never get a clear picture. But yeah. So yep, it does look like they used that. That looks like a string hanging down, or a lanyard or something. It's probably connected. No, I don't believe she had it either. Melanie, I'm not saying that. My whole point of this is saying, what is his story? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm leaning more towards there's foul play here. But what is his story saying? Like, is his story probable? Like, and what do they normally do? And that's why I was looking through their photos and pictures and videos, because trying to figure out, what do they normally do? Who's normally driving? Is somebody normally have a wristband connected? Is anybody connected to it normally? Because then why would this time be different? Like, I mean, it could be. There's always exceptions. There's always sometimes something could be different. But I'm trying to figure out, if he's full of it, and what do they normally do? And it doesn't, from every picture and video, it's definitely not connected to it. So I don't, yeah. Another X to his story, because why did she have the key? I don't believe she had the key. She fell overboard. She would not have the key. I don't think so. I'd be willing to bet. No. Why she have it? He should have still been able to drive that boat.
Doesn't make any sense.
On April
thanks,
8th,
Steph. Wow, thank you. 8 months. Thank you for gifting 5. Wow. Thank you. You rock. You rock. You got it. Remember, guys, I'm putting on right now. One of my perks is putting on some of those kiosk messages to individually from way to different people. So check out, I post them on my community post for members. And now that I've been ordering files of like more like not so not high profile cases, I'm just trying to find like interesting other cases. And so I've been putting in a lot of requests. So what I'm going to try to do is, when I get some of them, like stuff that would be like, you get so much in files requests, but you don't sometimes post it all what you get. So maybe some things that are more like, I don't know. I'm going to try to figure out some things to post for members for the files request. Now I don't have any yet. I'm just working on them, but okay. So let's see what else.
We tracked down the sailboat. Late that night, Hooker was taken into custody.
Now Bahamian police say he is a suspect in her disappearance, telling Reuters they took the 59-year-old into custody Wednesday night for, quote, questioning based on some probable cause. It's unclear what charges he could be facing.
On April 9th, Hooker was transported from Marsh Harbor to Freeport by Bahamian authorities.
At police headquarters in the Bahamas today, Brian Hooker's lawyer says he sat for hours of questioning about the disappearance of his 55-year-old wife, Lynette Hooker.
He was questioned in relation to causing harm, which resulted in her death, but we have no evidence.
Hooker has not been charged and denies harming Lynette.
On that day, CBS News spoke to a friend who shared messages Brian Hooker had sent him after his wife disappeared. The friend had reached out to Brian after seeing the news that his wife went missing.
Everybody handles panic and loss different, but you still there's no desperation there. Like, you don't like Facebook posts while there's a search and rescue going on for your spouse.
Daniel Danforth said he and his wife became friends with Lynette and Brian in 2023.
My wife had made a Facebook post about sailing, and I commented on it, and then he liked my comment. And so I reached out to him. I said, Brian, what's going on? Did I just see y'all on the news that it said that Lynette fell off the boat? And he said that, unfortunately so, that she had fell off the boat in bad weather.
Hooker's account to Danforth seems to differ from the statement he gave police. Danforth read some of Hooker's messages exclusively to CBS News.
The wind blew me away from her, and she swam to the sailboat, and we lost sight of each other pretty quickly as it was just about sundown.
CBS News learned Bahamian authorities issued a search warrant for the soulmate.
Laptops and cell phones on board this sailboat owned by Brian and Lynette Hooker, named Soulmate, could contain evidence related to the Michigan woman's disappearance, according to a search warrant reviewed by CBS News.
He was taken to his vessel for a search, and when he went there, he was handcuffed.
Hooker's attorney, Terrell Butler, says the 59-year-old was arrested Wednesday after a 3-hour-long interview with police. She says after being detained, Hooker was
I found it, guys. It is an electric one. It's called Spirit 1.0 electric outboards. It's this one. I don't know. It could be it might be a newer or older model, but it's this, and it folds down. It's black. They have a black one, but that's the one they have. It's black though. And like I said, there might be different models as far as like years and stuff, but this is the one. So let's see here. I didn't exit out now. Magnetic kill switch. I was right. Yep, that's what I figured when I was learning about it, that they probably had a magnetic kill switch. Enhances safety by instantly shutting down the motor in case of emergency. But the only way that's going to work is if it's connected to somebody. So get underway at the press of a button, eliminating hassle of pull cord or pull starts on cold mornings. Let's see. I want to know do you have to have it to, I'm guessing you have to have it connected to start. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Let's watch this. Let's see. Oh, that's that string right there that they have hanging too. Hold on. Right? Watch. Right there. I bet you that's the kill switch, right? Oh, let me bring it up. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Now remember, theirs is black, and it might be a little different of a year, but it's got the screen. It's got this. I think you can even see where it says Spirit. It's got, you know, there's some little bit different proponents, but I was able to search this product on the Google image search, and it says it's the 1.0 series Spirit. But anyway, so yeah, there's that string. I bet you that's the kill switch, but as you can see, it's not connected to his wrist. Is it connected to something down there, or does he just have it hanging? But let's see. Maybe it'll show some key thing in here. Let's see what this says. Because that doesn't look like that's connected to that guy's wrist. So let's see yeah, so let's see how this operates here. We'll learn. Maybe we'll learn of what he was saying.
This, the Spirit 1.0.
Oh, wait, that's connected to what? What is that? Oh, that's not even a kill. I don't know what that is. Okay, so maybe that's not. I don't know. Let's see.
E-series batteries. The power connector is durable and
Man, I don't want to get copyright. Oh yeah.
brings you
Wait.
ultimate comfort.
He does have that in his pocket. Look, he has that string in his pocket. So that is the kill switch. Okay. So maybe Brian does have it in his pocket because it's not on his wrist. It could be in his pocket. Yeah, there is something in his pocket. So he probably does have it in his pocket. But you know what? We don't see Lynette with it in her pocket though, do we?
When you have this motor, you hear almost nothing.
I don't want to get a copyright and have to get rid of my chat. I don't know why that's not connected. Oh, it is. I think it goes up, or I don't know. He doesn't have it connected. But that other guy had it from that to his pocket. You could see. Let's see if where this guy had. Yeah, I think that guy had it in his pocket too. You'd think you'd want it on your wrist, but I guess you'd have to get a wristband. It probably just has something solid to put in your pocket. There we go. Well, the mystery's gone, right? That's exactly what he has. We saw the string. We saw it. Now we see some of these other guys have that string. It goes to his pocket, their pockets. You know what? So we don't get copyright. Let's look at the transcript. Hassle of pulse starts on gasoline engine outboards with this motor. You press one button to turn the motor on. Twist the throttle and you're on your way. Minute, you just turn the throttle clockwise to go forward, counterclockwise. Okay. See how he has it in his pocket? It does have gasoline outboard Spirit. I guess they call it electric. Why? Huh. I'm going to skip forward because I could see. I want to see if they talk about the kill switch or anything about. Wait, what are they doing? Throwing it in there? Oh, they're probably showing it's floats, I guess. Huh. Yeah, well, kind of answered. I mean, there is a kill switch, but the thing that I'm going to get more familiar with is it for sure that you need that to start? You know, that's what I'm it's always like. They said a lot of electric ones that magnetic, it has to just be on the thing, but or that be on there, then it starts. So it probably is. Here's the kill switch. There it is. Oh, because that's how you could connect it to you. Shut down the motor upon removal of this magnetic kill switch. Yeah, but I want to know if you have to have it to start. I'm guessing. All right. Anyway, I'm going to play a different one. Sorry. I know I'm spending a lot of time on this, but I do feel like it's important. You know? Hold on. I might have found something that'll look.
Who likes making embarrassing mistakes? Not.
Hold on, I might have found an answer to that. Kill switch. Common boat issues. Hold on a second. If is a boat for won't start, it ends up with the engine kill switch isn't on in today's video. We're going to just talk about why that is, why there's an engine kill switch, and then just show that how to make sure it's in the proper position. So the engine kill switch is really designed to protect you. Let me see if there's any music.
Is why there is an engine kill switch.
Of course, they have to have music in the background. Hold on, I know there's no sound. I'm just trying to find, because it's supposed to say that you need it to start it too. I'm just trying to find the part where it says it. Okay, someone about replay. I don't know. I'm kind of annoyed right now. Because look, the most common reason a boat won't start is the engine kill switch isn't on. Always check it first or your boat won't start. So this is under this video. It's supposed to talk about that. I know I went fast. I was reading through the transcripts, but it didn't sound like he even said that, which is annoying because that was why I freaking clicked on it. But it sounds like it is common to if you don't have the kill switch on, your electric boat's not going to start. So I just wanted a more clear answer, but of course,
Electric boat motor.
he couldn't just give it to me. Yeah, look. This is the one they have. I'm telling you. It could be a different year or whatever, but this is the same one. There's this black, of course. Magnetic motor cutoff. Switches on electric outboard motors. Battery is the next safety. Does have a kill switch. It's magnetic switch right there. Here's the, if it's not in place, this motor will not operate. There you go. And that's exactly what they have, is one of these. So if it's not in place, it won't operate. So, I mean, if she indeed did have it on, let's say, let's give him, let's say his story is true. She indeed did have that connected to her. Yeah, he would not have been able to start it then. Okay. So, but you go back to,
if you fall out of your boat
oh,
motor
look,
from running.
there's no music in that. There
And
we
when the
go.
this next is a safety kill switch. My Minn Kota trolling motor does not have a safety kill switch, but my ePropulsion Spirit 1.0 Plus does have a kill switch, and it's this magnetic switch right here. This little plastic thing rests right here. If that's not in place, this motor will not operate. What you do is you attach this to your body, and when the motor is running, if for some reason you fall out of the boat or fall forward away from the motor, when this pulls off, it stops the motor from running. That's the safety switch. This way, if you fall out of your boat doesn't go away from you or come around and circle.
There you go. And you're right, though. The issue is if you go back to all their videos, she is never driving the boat. Not once have I seen her. I think there's one video where she's the only one on the boat. Of course, she's going to be driving it. But when them two are on the boat together, there's not one picture or one video that shows her driving it when they're both on the boat. And like the daughter even said, she doesn't drive it. If they're both there, he's driving it. So there you go. Why would, especially if the weather was bad, you think he's going to let her drive it? If he's always the one driving it, you think if the weather, tonight the weather's kind of bad, you go ahead and drive it. I call BS. Pulled what? Let's go. I think he had the key. He pulled it off the roar. Oh, somebody used that to do something. Don't get me started. Yeah, that's true. Why is there only one? Yeah, did he say he threw that too? Why is there only one? You think he did? I didn't even think about that. That's true. What if he just whacked her with it or something, and it flew, and she grabbed, and it flew with her, and then she grabbed onto it, and they both went overboard. Man. Crazy. All right, let's see. Let me play. Oh, wait, I still had. Let's finish this one.
Handcuffed and taken to his boat for a search, but fell overboard himself.
The weather was so choppy and the vessel was moving. He alleges that as a result of all of that, he fell overboard and he had to be rescued by the person's officers.
Hooker received medical attention at a hospital overnight. What was his demeanor like? What was he like?
He was very sad, and you could see it appears as if this whole thing was taking a toll on him.
On April 10th, a recording surfaced of Brian detailing what happened in the days after his disappearance.
Blaine and Marnie Stevenson say they have been friends with the couple since 2023. Blaine spoke to Brian after Lynette went missing and said he recorded the call. CBS has verified this recording.
I threw her a flotation cushion that we used to sit on the dinghy, right after she went in.
They released a recording of their call because they think it could help find Lynette.
I want people out there looking for a real live human being. Until told otherwise, Lynette's alive to me, and she needs to be found.
Wait, why did he throw over the life jacket? Did they not have life jackets on the boat? Like, why didn't he throw that over too? Did he say that?
I've got to speak for Lynette, and from the boating community, that's what I'm trying to do.
Then on April 12th, we received maps, apparently drawn by Brian, showing what he believes happened that day.
CBS News obtained these maps, apparently sent by Brian to friends, showing what he says is the last day they spent together before she went missing.
It was a cascade of failures, and it's something I'm never going to forgive myself for.
CBS News also obtained messages the Michigan mother sent to a friend back in January 2024, shedding light on what appeared to be trouble at sea. It was too much closeness. We decided to call it quits. We were married 21 years. Our marriage lasted 6 weeks cruising. It was real bad. I can't be out there with him. On April 13th, Brian was released after authorities determined they didn't have enough evidence to charge him with a crime. Hooker has continued to deny any wrongdoing. On April 14th, we were the first outlet to sit down with Brian Hooker, and we asked him if he believed his wife Lynette was still alive.
You want to keep looking for Lynette. I'm going to need somebody with more authority to tell me to stop.
Brian Hooker says he wants to return to the water to search for his wife Lynette.
Do you believe that Lynette's still alive? I do. I believe I've been told.
There you go. He has no ring on. He has no ring on. Does he normally wear his wedding ring? You gotta go look through his pictures and stuff. Why wouldn't he have the wedding ring on? That's kind of jumping to conclusions. Like, why would you so soon take it off? Let's say he just never wore it or didn't have one.
That people have lasted in the Bahamas after falling overboard for days and even weeks. There are so many islands. Of course, you think about alternatives to that, but I'm not really capable of just turning away from this.
Police have urged the public to come forward with any information about the case. This comes as a U.S. official confirms to CBS News that the case is being treated as a criminal investigation, with the Coast Guard leading coordinating efforts with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
This is the fact that the moment a woman is most vulnerable to injury or death is when she makes that decision to leave. That has haunted me, and I don't know what to say. I'm so sad and angry. Yeah. All right. All right. What's this one? I don't know if, is this?
At police headquarters in the Bahamas, Brian Hooker's lawyer says he sat for hours of questioning about the disappearance of his 55-year-old wife, Lynette Hooker.
He was questioned in relation to causing harm, which resulted in her death, but we have no evidence.
Hooker has not been charged and denies harming Lynette. Police searched the couple's sailboat and collected electronic devices. Brian told police that his wife fell off their dinghy into strong currents Saturday evening. Blaine and Marnie Stevenson say they have been friends with the couple since 2023. Blaine spoke to Brian after Lynette went missing and said he recorded the call. CBS has verified this recording.
I threw her a flotation cushion that we used to sit on the dinghy, right after she went in.
They released a recording of their call because they think it could help find Lynette.
I want people out there looking for a real live human being. Until told otherwise, Lynette's alive to me, and she needs to be found. I've got to speak for Lynette.
Sorry, we already watched that part. All right, let me play this.
From Bahamian police custody last night with no charges against him. He is still considered a suspect in her case. Bahamian authorities say the decision was made after talks with their equivalent of a prosecutor's office, which recommended no charges be filed at this time pending the outcome of further investigations. Brian was teary-eyed as he says the search for his missing wife has been a nightmare, and his plan is to stay in the Bahamas while he exhausts all options to find Lynette.
There's a different chapter of hell and a giant hell that I'm in. I will always think there was something I could have done differently. My one job was to look out for her, and that has not happened. And I'm going to keep looking out for her now as best I can.
In a statement to 13 on Your Side, Brian Hooker's attorney said in part, Mr. Hooker's primary focus remains the search for his wife of 25 years. He's dedicating his full emotional and physical energy toward coordinating with relevant parties to find her. We kindly inform you that should there be any significant updates regarding the legal status of this matter or the progress of the search, a formal statement will be issued from me. Again, Brian is still considered suspect in the case as the search for Lynette continues.
Carly visited the boat where Lynette and Brian lived for the first time since her mom went missing. The 28-year-old emotional as she imagined her mother still there.
How does it feel to be here, to be back here with everything that's happened?
It's making it a little bit more real. A lot of sadness. Like when I first got here, I sat up on there and looked at the boat and started talking to her like she was here.
What did you say to her?
I was like, hey, Mom, I'm here wherever you are. Like, I just want to talk to you and see you again.
Carly says she spent 3 hours talking with police in hopes to continue bringing attention to this case. Brian Hooker, meanwhile, has now left the Bahamas after being released from custody. His lawyer tells NBC News he left because his mother is ill but plans to return.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today.
Sorry, I was looking at my emails to see if I got any anything. All right, let's try this one.
For the first time since her mother, Lynette Hooker, went missing in the Bahamas, Carly Aylesworth is now seeing the boat her mother and stepfather Brian called home before Lynette disappeared nearly 2 weeks ago.
Now you have no idea where she is.
Yeah, I never imagined my mom would disappear.
In a Dateline exclusive, Aylesworth emotional in her desperate search for answers.
I'm still trying to grapple with the fact that she's just not here right now.
Bahamian police say Brian Hooker told them Lynette went overboard in their dinghy while in rough waters.
Finally leaving Kima.
Aylesworth says the couple's relationship was volatile, and she expressed suspicions of Brian since before he was arrested and questioned.
Part of me feel like he's going to get away with this and walk away a free man, and I really hope that doesn't happen.
Police released Brian Hooker Monday after 5 days in custody. He has not been charged with any wrongdoing and denies having anything to do with Lynette's disappearance, telling us he plans to keep searching for his wife.
I don't think I've ever been apart from her in 25 years for this long.
But he left the country the next day.
I just think about...
Carly Aylesworth says she won't get closure until her mom is found.
She was a great person and she didn't deserve this.
Brian Hooker's attorney says she can't comment when Brian might return to the Bahamas to continue his search for Lynette. Meanwhile, the Bahamian military says search and recovery efforts continue.
We thank you for watching, and remember...
Brian, anything to say?
Released, but still under scrutiny.
Brian, just any message you want to send about finding your wife?
The husband of a missing Michigan woman who authorities believe fell overboard more than 10 days ago while boating in the Bahamas says he would not have hurt his wife.
But I've never harmed Lynette, and I never would harm Lynette, and I want to find Lynette.
Brian Hooker says he plans to now hire a boat or a plane to continue the search efforts, although police are still looking at what exactly happened to his wife Lynette, who authorities believe fell overboard from an 8-foot dinghy while in rough seas in the Bahamas over Easter weekend.
I want people to know that Lynette is my life, and we've been together almost half my life.
Brian says he hasn't paid much attention to what has been in the news, although questions about his relationship have surfaced. His stepdaughter described the relationship between her mother and Brian Hooker as, quote, rocky at best. There was also a 2015 police report that indicated that Lynette Hooker had been detained at one point, accused in a domestic incident, although prosecutors chose not to pursue that case. Brian Hooker says his main focus right now is on finding his wife.
It's back. His account's back. What the heck, dude? Why would he make it private and then not? I'm telling you, it wouldn't pop up before. unless he made it private, got rid of some stuff that I don't know, because the stuff that was on it, this was the most recent post. Then it goes back to March. So, you know what I'm saying? Unless if I don't know, unless if there's some kind of glitch on my side, but it would not come up earlier. But it's back. So yeah, he had posted that April 8th, that one statement that I read. April 8th. Oh, he limited who can comment on this post. You know what he probably did? He probably made it private and then went through the settings and figured out, like, you know, what kind of settings he wanted as far as privacy. And instead of making the whole account private, set it up with just doing the comment thing. He was probably messing around with it, is my guess. You know what I'm saying? And then realized, you know, oh, I could just make it so people can't comment or something. Well, people are sending like good things. I'm praying for you both. Cousin, I'm sending you love and strength. You both are in our thoughts. We're so sorry, honey. Prayers. Very saddening. We're very sorry to hear about the accident. Unfathomable. Brian, stay strong. My thoughts and prayers are with you. Heartbreaking, Brian. You and Lynette are in our prayers. I was shocked to hear Lynette's disappearance. Please have faith. We love you. Been thinking about you. My thoughts and prayers. I'm so sad for you. My heart goes out to you. Yeah, well, obviously he's limiting, you know, which people could comment. They're all supportive of him so far. He probably got rid of all the ones that weren't. And this is so the one before that's from March 25. Let me let's look at their I already went through their YouTube, but let's go through it together. So their most recent video is this one right here. Hold on. I can't remember if there's music. There's music in some, but so this
still
is
in recovery.
From March 9th, 2026. So this would be like less than a month, because she disappeared, or she fell overboard April 4th. So this was, well, I guess it'd be a little over a month. Well, no, wait, I said that wrong. This would be a little less than a month from when. So in less than a month from this video, she falls overboard. Well, you guys could do the math. So this is March 9th. April 4th is when it all happens. Okay, so let's watch it. This is a little paddleboard this
still
morning.
in recovery around here from Hurricane Darian. Some places are brand new. Some are missing. Some are missing roofs. There's a boat sunk. Yeah. The turtles like the edge. You can't help yourself, crabby. Oh, man. I did. Turtle.
Oh no, you're all right. Keep it grinding. I like to tell you so if you wonder why I'm like you put that and then I don't say anything about it, just so you know, like I'm not skipping over something important that needs to be talked about that I already did it. That's all. You don't have to apologize though. Um, but I have noticed. What do you guys think of this? In these videos, and of course, I mean, he knows that they're on video, so he's gonna act happy and um smiling and stuff, but he always does seem pretty like a happy guy, smiling and whatever, having fun in these videos and pictures, photos. Do you think though, like, was he one of those guys that as soon as that camera turned off he was just a jerk, or do you think he was one of those guys that was naturally a lot of fun and they had a lot of fun together, but then there'd be those moments where they'd get in a fight and he would be very mean and aggressive, but like that they I'm guessing they probably did have a lot of fun together. That's hence why she stuck around and they were, she was still with him. But he probably had those moments where he was just abusive, I bet. But I bet you it wasn't all bad. But I mean, I guess, yeah, it's never all bad. Of course, a lot of people, and I'm not saying he's a narcissist at all, but like a lot of, I just say like manipulators, they need to give some good so it brings people back in. So if you're just a jerk all the time, I mean, you're not going to keep going back to them. But if you're a lot of fun and you know how to like get them back, and then you're a jerk and abusive, and then oh, I'm going to leave, but then you're so nice again and having fun, and then they keep coming back and staying with you. Um so yeah. But yeah, I mean, all the videos, he does make it seem like it's, they're all having fun and stuff. But we saw her text messages where she's like, no, 6 weeks is all I could take out with him. And he threw it all away. If he did indeed do this, I'm not saying he did. If he did, look why he just throws it all away. I mean, look, they're out at sea, what they love to do, obviously. They like to be out sailing and stuff. They're living their dream, and he throws it all away because he's got some kind of anger issues or whatever it is. I don't know what it is. If he did, I'm saying if this is what happened. If not, then that sucks. Very unlucky, and it sucks that happened. Either way, it sucks, but I'm just saying. I mean, it's still possible that his story, I mean, it happened, I guess. There's just little details, though, that it seems like, she was so close to shore when she fell. The water wasn't that deep. She was so close to her boat. But I'm saying it still could be true. Like, he could still have past abuse issues, and she still could have had an accident and fell. It is possible. But I just, if they could just come across somebody else that was out in the same area at that time and say, no, like that weather was really bad for a little bit there, but there's nothing that is lining up. There's no confirmation that like it really was that bad in that moment. And it's not like they were far out at sea. Like they were in an area where I'm sure people were out. So actually, it's just it was too close. That's why it's hard to freaking believe it. She was so close to the shore when she fell. They said she was 100 yards from her boat, and you see her boat is farther than how close she was to land. So she was even closer to land. And that they didn't find her body. That's another weird thing. And I know, like out at sea, it's possible they could take a while before, because I mean the ocean is powerful. But the thing is that wasn't that deep of waters, and there was land, you see there was like an island on this side and there was some over here. You would think with it being 4 to 7 feet, you got land kind of on both sides of her where she fell. You would think so. If she did indeed fall, it would be washed up upon shore. They would be able to find her in that area, you know? I mean, I guess it is still possible that somehow the currents could have taken her out to sea. Yeah, it could have. But and maybe that's why, let's say, if he did do something, okay? If he did, then maybe that's why, if he did, I gotta just be careful how I word it, because like there's two scenarios, like either he did or he didn't. So if he did, maybe that's why he made it seem like, oh, it took him so long to get, and why he went the far route, why he went way over west, instead of the there's two areas where he could have went that were a lot closer, but instead he paddled way west, saying that it was the currents and the wind was taking him all the way over there, right? But maybe that's why, if he did indeed do something he shouldn't have done, that's why he went all the way over there and said all, the wind and the currents took him all the way that way to buy himself, what, like 8 hours or however long it said how long did he say it took him? But to buy all that time, because let's say one situation, let's say he did do something, he threw her overboard right there or around there, then it would buy, or anywhere, it would buy him a lot more time for the ocean to have taken her out far enough where they wouldn't find her. You know what I'm saying? Because if the ocean did end up taking her out to sea, and it somehow she missed all the land, and she could be way far where they may never find her. But think about it, if he would have got to land in a more reasonable time than how long it took him, because they said it should have took him 20 minutes to get to where he got, then if she really did fall, I think they would have probably been able to find her. Ashley, what's up? Oh, I just exited out. I didn't mean to do that. So that was the most recent. Then we have this, but this is from 6 months ago. This is from 3 years ago, March 2023. So this would have been a couple months after they got their new boat, their new sailboat, the Soul, what was it called? Soulmates or whatever. Let's see. So there she is, there he is. Have it in fast motion. Gulf crossing. There we go. It is pretty with the dolphins. I don't know. Oh, here.
It's our first night. Sun just went down. Winds are about 15. We're getting 6.2 knots right now. 42 feet deep. 6 o'clock at night. No, 6:45 at night. Okay. Day 2 of crossing the Gulf of Mexico.
We are crossing the Gulf of Mexico.
And Brian found the speaker. Do the foghorn.
I will do the foghorn.
Pretty cool. Not much to see here. Very foggy. It's pretty calm all night. We had to motor most of it, but we do have all of our sails are up. And we're just waiting on the wind. Have a good day. Day 2. Brian is changing out the alternator belt.
Hi, sexy.
Hi. There's our morning sunrise on day 3 of crossing the Gulf. Let's see. Day 3. All 3 sails are up. Winds are a little flaky from 1 to 12. They were 25 earlier. The boat handled it wonderfully. The wind, that is. It's beaten us up a bit, and the boat has been beating us up. We have 3 sails up. It's possible one may not come down. We'll try that later today. We're ready to sit down and eat some breakfast. Day 3, 45 knots. Oh, it's been an event. Brian fell through the front window. Our head sail won't roll in. That's an exhausted captain.
But a live one.
That's our infrared.
Our infrared camera is showing the view from halfway up the mast forward of the boat, and you can tell by the way the horizon line dips that we are in the poop today, but not too bad.
Day 4, crossing the Gulf. Due to some gale force winds, we decided to turn north and we're heading towards Louisiana.
Atchafalaya Bay.
And there is the crap that's in the water everywhere, and we have to dodge it. It's day 5 of crossing the Gulf. We stopped in Morgan City, Louisiana, and it's kind of neat. They have a hurricane wall here. Apparently they can shut the wall up, but there's a hurricane to stop the water from going in and taking out the city. Shannon Hardware, which seems to be a big deal around here. Here's G&J Curbside. You are able to order groceries online, and they pack them and give you a call when you're ready to be picked up. And the slip is about 1,000 feet away. Just walk through this hurricane wall. And our boat is right down there. Let's see. And then we have Flying Dutchman. This is from 8 months ago, August 13th of 25. They're flying this boat, or flying. What
say flying. Riding the Flying Dutchman it's called. Oh, probably because it's called the Flying. That's where I got it from. Duh. Let me skip forward a little bit. Would you guys like to be on water? Like, would you be able to spend like months on water, like years? But of course, they come and land. It's not like they're on the water for years, but like basically sailing for years, coming back, but just basically sailing. You know what I mean? Of course, you come back and you get groceries and you get things, but could you do it? I think I could. I could definitely do it like on a big cruise ship when you don't have to worry about anything. That don't bother me. But like a boat like that, I don't know. I have a feeling I get like boat sickness or motion sickness with that much movement. Because like I know on like ships, when it moves a lot, sometimes I have to lay down. The last when I went on, I had to lay down and dinner. I was starting to get nauseous one time. I think I laid down for like 20 minutes. I was fine. But the first cruise I got on, it was real bad weather at the beginning, and for the night, me and my brother we were getting motion sickness, so we had to lay down, went to bed that night early. So I don't know. I mean, I think you get used to it though. You know, if you were sailing a bunch, I think you would just get used to it. But if you don't, then no way. All that rocking on, if your body don't get used to it, then no, I'd be sick. With that much movement all the time, because it's such a little boat, I don't think I could do it. I'm not a water person. Like I go on the big street, so no, I'm a mountain girl. Like no, even if I did get used to it, I mean, for a trip, but to live on there, no. With all the storms and stuff, I'd be petrified. Because I don't like water that much. That's cool how you do the whatever that setting and what is it called on the camera? It makes it look so cool. Tell me that doesn't look really cool. It's like the earth is the earth. Well, that sounds stupid. It's like I don't know how to word it, but that is pretty cool looking. Grocery day.
Time.
No, grocery time.
Oh, yep. Grocery time.
This is 2 years ago, though. April 24th, 2023.
This is how we do laundry, too.
They're on their dinghy. It could be a different one, though, but let's see. I know there was a time they were on a different one. I don't know if they show this one.
Success.
All right, we got
Got groceries.
delivery.
It's a different motor because it's white, but it almost looks like the same brand. That looked like the Spirit. It looked like that same brand. Hold on. So maybe they like that brand. Hold on, let me see. Pretty sure. Look, Miller High Life. That's another thing I keep thinking of. If they're drinking, right, and they're on the water, somebody has to be driving the boat. Like, are they both allowed to drink? Could you get a DUI? And like, how does that work? Because let's say you just want to drink. You go, hey, you want to have some beers for the night? Well, you're still on the boat, so you still have to kind of drive it. Are you allowed to be drinking? Or is one person not allowed and the other person can drink? Like, if you would get like, what are the rules? I know you can't be like totally drunk, but like, is it more like as long as you're not totally intoxicated, or I don't know. But look. Oh, there you go. He's got it connected to him. Ha! I didn't see this video. Okay. And it looks like the same kind of style. I think it is the same brand, or it's definitely the same kind of style. With the electric, with the magnetic, and he's definitely got it attached to him on this one. So he probably does attach it to him on that last one. The last one was the angle you just seen this hanging down and you couldn't see where it went, but I bet you it went in his pocket or connected to him. There you go. That's crazy. I wasn't even looking for that in this video, and sometimes when you're not looking for something, there it is. Look, he has his wedding ring on. So he does have a wedding ring. He took it off after. In that interview, he did not have a freaking wedding ring on. Wow.
Got groceries.
Delivery. It's a way of life, man.
Hold on, let's see what else we could see in this. We just got a couple answers there. That was interesting.
Laundry time.
No, grocery time.
Oh, yep.
Pick up the
Grocery time.
groceries.
This is how we do laundry too. Success.
All right, we got the grub.
Got
So he has that clipped to the bottom of his shorts, does it look like? Or is it in his pocket? I can't tell. I don't know. Is this where? Yeah, he has it clipped to the bottom of his shorts. I don't know. I don't see why she'd have it on unless if she was driving. Maybe he was so drunk that night that he had her drive. If we're to believe his story. Of course he's gonna say that. I'm sure he's gonna say she was driving because why else would she have the key, right? Like I said, I know this is a different engine, but it's the same style. It has the same concept. I think it's the same brand, to be honest.
We got the grub.
got groceries.
Delivery. It's a way of life, man.
All right. Well, that answered that. He's got a ring and he's connected to the kill switch. All right. Let's see what else. Wait, did we happen to see a more current one? Did it show his hands? This one didn't. He was far back. No, those didn't. I was gonna see, because like what if he did end up losing his ring in the last year or something? Possible. But 3 years ago he had one. Okay, let's see. Like as I said, I want to find a more recent one to see if he had one. The golf crossing. Did he have a ring there? Well, it doesn't. Which ones did we watch already? We watched this. Oh, that was that. Oh, this was more recent than that one. Okay. I think this is the one that we don't even see him. Yeah, they just. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna watch this one. This one, they just. Oh my God, they just go through. It's actually kind of cool how the things lift up to let him in. Look, like the bridges, which I didn't even realize so many of them do that. Locks and bridges. Watch. Look, it lifts. Is somebody operating that, or is that on like some kind of what do you call it? We're what's the word for it? My God. Or there'll be a certain thing where it'll watch this go up, trigger it, Look at this. Or is there somebody operating that? How cool. Or like once you get so far, does it trigger it? Isn't that cool? I didn't realize that was like a bridge for the whole thing went up. I'm not a common boater, so I didn't know that there's so many just in this stretch. Watch, there's a couple more. Isn't that kind of cool? Here's another one coming up. He's slowing down because he's waiting for it to come up. Where is it? Come on. Where? Oh, there it comes. Do you see it? Oh, he picked up his wedding ring and watch at Central. Oh, okay. Thank you. So he didn't have it before the interviews. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so because they would have taken it to arrest him probably. So you're saying I thought they would have given it back as they released him though. So, but okay.
A little rough on the edges.
They're painting. Bought a sailboat in Texas. That's this video. So the work begins. I think a lot of this is just music. Yeah. They're painting or whatever. It's their new sailboat. Soulmates. I guess Zeke's not coming back up. I said. I might fast forward this. They're just painting. I don't know if you guys want to watch. I watched all these videos that when it first happened, I went and found their channel, watched them all just to see what, see what's going on. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But wait, some of those interviews were in the daytime though. So he did the interviews before he went back and picked up his stuff the next day? Because there's some that are outside during the day. I guess it could have still been after they were closed and before it got dark. Because I'm sure, what time does it get dark there? Oh, so, well, hold on. Let's see. According to him, a little after 7, right? Or 7:30. Because he said it got dark 10 minutes after she went overboard. Didn't she go overboard 7:30? So I guess 7:40 it gets dark according to him. But let's say you get us out at 5. Yeah, it would still be light and the police would be closed by then, I'm sure. So yeah, maybe. Definitely could have been that. So that's him right here. It's crazy because my brain kind of filled in that audio. I kind of heard the splash just because, I don't know, isn't that crazy? Your brain can do that. Did anybody else kind of hear the splash in their head? Or am I the only one? I don't know. That's a good question, Anthony. Dinghy. Dinghy. There's got to be a reason, I bet. Let me look it up. I'm sure there's a reason that we'll be like, ah. The term is derived from the Bengali dinghy or Hindi dinghy, which refers to small boats used on Indian rivers. There you go. I knew there'd be some kind of reason. They used to be called jolly boats. Root. Wait, what? No. Huh. Oh. It's a good question. I don't know. Anybody know that? What they did for a living? Maybe they're retired. She said she gave up her career in those text message. She said she sold her house, gave up her career. But what did they do? That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, they had money from, like I said, from selling their house and selling everything, and then they probably got, Social Security and got their retirement kind of stuff. I'm guessing early. It would be kind of early retirement, to be honest, because they're only in their 50s. So I don't know. You could still retire, I guess, at age, but I don't know what they used to do. Does anybody know? I should look it up. Anybody know like what they did though? Like what did she say she gave up her career? Does anyone know what that was? Or do you want me to look it up? Let me find another thing to play and then I could look it up. What's this one? The coast is clear. So this is from 3 years ago, November 2022. Come on. Why does everything gotta be music? July 2022.
Sailing Nutsy Bell.
Nutsy Bell. Sailing Nutsy Bell. Would this have been their new sailboat? Hold on. What is this? No, this would be before they got that new one. So this would have been their smaller one. Remember she described how they had a smaller one before they got the bigger one. The small one only was like a 2-person whatever. So this must have been their first one they had. Or their one second to last one, the one before they bought the one in Texas. Because the one that they bought and fixed up was supposedly a lot bigger, but that looked kind of big. Was that their boat? No. I don't know. Huh. Yeah, she did say when she was in 2024, when she was separated from him, she said she's gonna have to get a job. Probably because they're probably both dependent on each other for both incomes, maybe. And then when she lost his side of the income, she's probably, I need to get a job. I'm guessing, come out of retirement or whatever. But I think when they were sailing, they were just probably using the money they got from the house and selling their stuff, and then whatever they had for Social Security, retirement, whatever. Um, but yeah, she did say she had to get a job after when they were going to be separated in 2024. Trying to skip through when they show them. Let me see if they say anything right there. Nope. Do we watch this one? Catalina Island.
On our way to Catalina Island.
There they go, Catalina Island. I wonder, like, if anybody's gonna come out, like people they've met on their way, because they seem like they're probably friendly people. I bet you they met a lot of people in these little, sit towns, and they're out in the water, and then they go into town to the bars and party. I mean, it'd be a fun life, and I'm sure they've ran across a lot of people, probably party with a lot of people, hung out with a lot of people, met a lot of people, I'm guessing. So I wonder if any of these people that they met on their adventures, like if anybody's going to come out and say anything like, hey, you know, anything about like seeing anything negative, or because even though, you put on a mask and you try to put on your best for, when people you meet, I mean, you're gonna slip. Your mask is gonna slip, as they say, especially when they're drinking and stuff. So I mean, people may have seen this side that he supposedly has that, you know, her daughter has seen, where he's aggressive or whatever. So I wonder if anybody else seen it and seen like him with Lynette that way. If there's gonna be like somebody that speaks out. Maybe not, considering he's still alive, and they might not want to because of making him mad. I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see if anything comes out, because a lot of people are talking now, like their friends, that friend that he called. You just saw some interviews with him, the one that recorded him. We had the one guy that that waited on him, the bartender. We still have to go back and watch that other Banfield interview she does, which I didn't see that part. It looks like she interviews two other people. I don't know who they are. I want to watch that. I'll probably end it with that. Then you have the daughter, the stepdaughter, and then you had the stepmom that did the interview. You had Lynette's mom. You had uh, Lynette's friend that was on Nancy Grace. So there's a lot of people coming out already. I feel like there's gonna be more.
Take off. How are the boys? They still sleeping?
Hey, Chuck, and I'll be like, switch hands around 68, please, and then I'll turn to 68.
Wait, what? What is that? Stormy night in Chicago.
Leaving Michigan City, Indiana, heading to Chicago.
This is August 2024. Why is there always gotta be music?
Here. Hi. We're dragging. We should rename the boat to Dragonfly or something. This anchor is not so great for holding in a storm. I think we're starting to set, but I'm not sure yet. So we reset it 3 times now. And the storm seems to be passing by, but I'm going to want a much better set before I go to bed tonight.
Oh my God, stop it.
Here comes round 2.
Keep on going offshore.
I think we're holding.
Pretty good storms last night. We finally got some rest.
This one. April set. This is 2 days before she disappeared. 2 days before she fell over. At least is when they uploaded this. And this is that one that people keep showing with the dinghy. And I'm drying it because this is 2 days before. Look. Ooh, got a good look at it there, huh? Hmm. Two days before. Look, that's the one they keep showing on the boat because it's 2 days before. It is making me nervous how she's sitting like that with her leg up. But they don't have their life vest on. Man, why wouldn't they be wearing their life jackets? You just never know, though. It could happen. That's the thing. You could fall off. You know, like you just. I mean, the thing that gets me is, that of course you can, and no matter how experienced you are, things could happen. You could slip. I mean, have you ever fell before? I've walked for 44 years of my life. I know how to walk, but I've still tripped or fell or I've tripped over my own foot. It happens, okay? But the thing that just gets me is how close she was to shore, how close she was to her boat, how shallow that water was. It just and then mixed with her being a good swimmer, him not stopping to help her, him going so far into a land that he passes so many different spots along that whole strip of land that he could have stopped on to the west. And let's not even say that all that land to the east, like right there where his boat was parked here, all that big strip of land. So like, I don't care if the wind was blowing a little bit. You're not that far. Just paddle your butt off and go a few yards to where the land is over here instead of 4 miles this way or however mile, 9 miles. How many miles did they say? Like, just go. Like, I feel like they would be so close to land. I mean, you would see it. Where she fell off, it was like right there, yards away. Like, you would see the freaking land. Like, I don't understand. That's the thing that gets me. And then the fact that they said that there was no emergency stuff, and that he didn't use any of the flares or anything on the boat, which he said he did. So, like, if he's lying, he's not going to lie about something simple like that unless if he's trying to cover up something. If he has nothing to hide, why are you going to lie about that? So that's why. But like I said before, I really realized all these little details, I guess before some of them even came to light, I was given the benefit of the doubt. I swear to God, when I was going to do a video before, I was going to say, hey, this could definitely be happening. It doesn't matter how experienced you are. You could fall off a boat. Something could happen. But no. Now that we're able to dig in and see little specifics, it's not adding up. It really isn't. So, and I think if they find her, I mean, that'll be helpful, but let's say like she was pushed. So like maybe it's going to show that she did drown and that's how she died. If she is, well, let's just pray maybe she's alive, but I doubt it. Unfortunately. But that still doesn't mean that he didn't push her, but I mean, maybe we're going to find something else. Maybe something else happened. But if they find her and he like choked her or beat her or something, I mean, they're going to be able to tell if they find her soon enough. Then he'll be screwed. If something happened other than her drowning and he just put her in the water, if they find her, he's screwed. So that's the thing though. If that's the case, he's steering them in the wrong direction. So let's say like somehow something else happened to her. They got in a fight, he strangled her or something. He beat her, whatever, and throws her overboard. Then that's not where she went over then. Where he's saying that, he's going to try to get them as far away as possible to finding her. So she probably went somewhere way off, like it wouldn't that's not where he put her in the water. It would be way somewhere else if that's the case. I don't know if that's what happened. Because you'd think if he did want to do it that way, he could just push her off. I mean, and you wouldn't, that's the thing though. Even if he did push her off and his intention was to kill her, he wouldn't have pushed her that close to shore. And then the chances of, if he wanted her to die, I'm saying, and then the chances of her swimming to shore would be really likely if it was that close. So I think if something happened, that's not where she went overboard. They're looking in the wrong spot. He may have put her in the water, but I'm saying if he's guilty of doing this purposely to kill her, however it happened, then I don't think that's where she went overboard. I think he put her in the water somewhere else. He lied. And I think law enforcement's smart. So, I mean, he's their prime suspect. So, of course, I guess only suspect because either it's an accident or it's murder. So, duh, I didn't word that right. But of course, they have some doubts about him. So, I think they're probably going to look in other places besides where he told her. Because if he is involved, of course, that's not where she went overboard then. because like I said, even if he was still gonna push her and kill her that way, he wouldn't do it that close to her being able to go make it to shore, make it to her boat. Because if she went over right there, I think it's high likely that she would have made it out because it was so close to two different things. Even the land that was to the west was doable. It wasn't that far for somebody that's like has experience swimming and stuff. So yeah, if his intention was that. Now let's say they just got in a fight and he wasn't trying to kill her and he just like got mad and pushed her off and maybe she fell back and hit her head on something or something like that. Then I could see um then maybe she did go over right there because that wasn't his intention. But if his intention was to kill her, he wouldn't have put her that close. And if he did accidentally, or if he did kill her in a different way and put her in the water, he definitely wouldn't have put her there. He would have put her somewhere different than where he's telling the cops he put her. Or he's telling the cops she fell. Because he's not going to want them to find her if she died a different way. Oh. And then there's always a chance that she's still on land. And he thinks he's one of those smarter people. He could say, oh, she fell overboard, so they won't even bother looking on the land. They're going to be preoccupied in the ocean. So I don't know. I think more likely she's probably in the water. Let's say if it is a murder, I'm guessing she probably is in the water, but I don't know. The moon tonight. "30 knot gusts. Hold on to everyone." This is Brian jumping down, I think, to do something under the boat. I'm about to put on that other interview real quick, or that other, yeah, that Ashley Banfield, that next part. Is there anything else? Oh, this one,
And the giant stingray right there coming right. You guys.
You got a ray coming right
And
at
the
you.
giant stingray right
They're
there.
talking.
Oh my God, Sam, your favorite.
Oh shoot! I'm gonna talk a little bit so I don't get copyright for whatever songs.
I think people must feed them.
Oh
They
yeah.
went right underneath.
They swam underneeth us earlier.
They scare me a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
They call them stingray for a reason.
Right? Oh, there's a fish right there.
That's a popular song. I'm sure I'm already gonna get copyright for one of these though. Oh, here's another one. I think I already. Whoa, that's a big one. Oh, that's connected to. Wait, let me see.
Sailboat over there, over yonder.
Whoa, that's a big one. I can't tell who that is connected to. Let's see if we get tell on this one. Come on. Give me a different angle. I don't know. He's coming back. Hi, baby. Hi, Deekies. Hi, baby. Hi, handsome. Come up here. Come up here. Come on, you can come up. Come on, Bubba's. Come on. Come on. Come on. I missed you. Come on. Come on, Bub. I haven't got to hang out with you today. I'm just trying to see who it was connected to. All right. Let me play this Ashley Banfield. Let's play the other part of that real quick. Come on, Zeke. Come up, Bubs. Oh, so you guys, do you know if the Caleb Flynn case is going to be televised? Because that trial's coming up beginning of May. It got pushed back. It was April 28th. They pushed it forward to like the first week of May. I want to stream that. I can't. Look how cute he is. Look at my boy. Is he not the freaking cutest ever? No. Oh, I screwed up that one. There we go. So I want to live stream it, as long as I don't know if Court TV is going to do it. The reason why it's so soon, if you guys have followed the Caleb Flynn case, because it just happened a couple months ago, because he didn't waive his right to a speedy trial. So I know most of the times we see it waived and then they have time to do it. Well, he didn't. So that trial is happening. But I don't know if they're going to allow cameras, but if they do, I'm going to live stream it, because I've already regretted missing so many. At least like not even watching them and talking to them through with you guys and stuff. I've missed out on so many. So yes, just I don't know. I thought it was May 4th or May something though, Jenny. I think it got pushed back. Are you saying the kids go to court before that? Is that what you're saying? Two miles from land? Well then, hold on a second. How is that 2 miles? If that, have you seen the map though? Maybe I'm not reading the map right, but that's why I look though. How is that 2 miles if that map's right? Hold on a second. I mean, am I not reading this right? Help me out, guys. I thought they said it was right here, right? And if I'm not mistaken, doesn't he drift all the way here? And hold on, maybe I'm mistaken on this part. Hold on, let me show you what I'm talking about here. Here. Hold on, I gotta. Okay, so supposedly he says he drifts all the way here, and supposedly from. Hold on. Move over. Let me show you how I'm like looking at it. And then supposedly from here to here is 4 miles. So how could this to this be 2 miles? Like I'm talking about, is that not land right here? Like if she fell over here, how far is this to here? If that's 2 miles, then this to all the way here would be like 20 miles or something. You know what I'm saying? And I swear he said he did 4 miles. So from here to all the way where he goes shh, and then comes shh, is 4 miles, supposedly. I think it was 4 miles. So that's how I'm kind of like looking at this map. So from in here to here, wait, hold on. They said she was 100 yards from her boat, which is, hold on. So her boat's right here. Wait, it'd be right here. See? Sailboat anchored. It's like right here. Around here, which you see, it's right here, right? Oh, sorry. And they said she was 100 yards from her boat. So from here to here is 100 yards. So from here to here looks a little bit shorter than here. How many yards? Hold on. Well, let me start this video. I want to figure out some stuff. All right, let's start. I want to finish watching that Ashley Banfield. Oh, what I was saying is, yeah, I want to live stream that. So if that Caleb Flynn is live streamed, if it's on video, I'm going to live stream it. So just to let you know, come watch it with me if you want. Yeah, I heard it looks like they are going to have the kids. Now, I don't know if the kids are actually going to be, if the kids do testify in the trial, number one, it'll be privately with the judge, or two, it won't be televised. They'll cut the cameras off for that. At the most, they could let audio through. There's no way they're going to show them visually, but chances are they're not even going to, when the kids testify, they're not even going to have it. The jury's just going to be allowed to see it. I mean, maybe the audience, maybe the people there, unless if they do it privately, but we're not, I do not think the public's going to be able to see it, at least people watching it online. I'm talking about Caleb Flynn, that case. I think the kids are going to, be witnesses because they were there, and I think they know something, or they might know something and not even realize what they know. You know what I'm saying? So as far as they may be able to tell details, and they might not understand what they mean, but it could help in the prosecution if that makes sense. Now, maybe they will. Maybe it'll be some details that it will be obvious. But I'm saying, like, they're kids, so they might not even realize what they're saying and what that means, given what Caleb has said for what happened. You know what I'm saying? So they're just these innocent witnesses. They're just going to tell an honest recollection of what happened, and it could go against Brian's story, or Caleb's story, sorry. So you know what I'm saying? So, but I don't think we'll be able to see it. I think they'll protect them, but we might get transcripts of what they say. But yeah, I think it'll definitely, they're going to be, they're on the list for the prosecution's witness. So it's they were there, it's crazy. All right, I'm going to bring up Banfield, where are you? I'm just going to my history, but maybe I should have done it that way. Here it is. Okay. All right, so let's just see. I didn't see this part that I'm going to play yet, so I don't know if it's going to be who it is or what they're going to say, but let's see. Here we go.
Back and a little Buddha, because apparently Lynette loved the little Buddha, had a little statue, and so they took that as well, but not a lot, just important mementos that were very meaningful to Carly. So after they finished on Soulmate, but back to land, they got the ferry over here, and that's when I told you we went to Abaco Inn with them for the first time on that golf cart. And we had a chance to talk about everything they've learned since they got here, because honestly, it's for them, it was like looking at maps, trying to figure out, where did this happen? What does it look like? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. And it makes more sense when you walk it, when you boat it, when you golf cart it. And when you try to get from A to B,
Okay, so I looked up how many yards are in a mile. 1,700, so 1,760 yards in a mile. Okay, he said, they said, and he even said it on his interview. Which one did he say it on? I can't remember. But he said she was only 100 yards from the boat. So she probably went and swam, tried to make it back to the boat where their sailboat was. 100 yards is a little over a half a mile, okay, from the boat. So this is why I don't understand that. I think that person, either that person's wrong or, well, we don't even know if we believe Brian anyway. But from where Brian said she fell, if I'm reading this map right, and I know on Nancy Grace, that's how they were reading it too. So maybe we're all reading it wrong. But let me just show you here. So they supposedly, if I'm reading it right, she fell off at the end of this red line, which is right here, right? The end of the red line is right here. I know there's this red line you don't see, I think, coming up this way. Okay. And they said about 100 yards from the boat, which is right here. They said the other map showed the boat was right here. So from here to here is about a little over half a mile. Okay, this is how I'm kind of estimating how this map is. From here to here is a little bit less. I'd have to take out the ruler. So at the most, this is a half a mile from here to here, but I think it's less because I think this is almost half of the length from, I'd have to look, but it's definitely under a half a mile. If this is all right, from here to this land would be under a half a mile. I don't know where they're getting 2 miles though, but now I'm not saying this is the facts, because do we believe Brian? You know what I'm saying? But Brian's story, that's why it doesn't make sense. His story, if he's telling the truth, she ends up about a half a mile from shore and a little over half a mile from the sailboat, where the sailboat is anchored. Like how, and then you see she's 4 to 7 feet is where she fell off. Okay. So if you look at it that way, then you look, if she can only make it from here to here, like about here, she'll be in 4 feet of water. She'll be able to stand up. So she doesn't even have to swim a half a mile. She only has to swim like less than a quarter of a mile to get where she can just stand up and have her head out of water and just walk the rest of the way to shore. So that's why it doesn't make sense. So sure, somebody might have said she's 2 miles, but Brian's story puts her less than a half a mile to shore, less than a quarter mile to where she could just stand up in the freaking water and be over water and breathe. And a little over a half a mile to her boat. Come on. She's a good swimmer too. She has experience. She's been swimming her whole life. You're at survival mode where you're doing anything to survive. So you're even going to be at your top because you're not going to just let yourself die. So she would have survived. If she fell off there and she wasn't badly hurt and something else happened to her, she would have survived. I strongly believe that. Well, if this is if this is 2 miles, then she was farther than 100 yards from the boat. So then he's lying about that. And you know what I'm saying? So it's just, you see how it's just not adding up? Because I mean, if it comes out that no, this is 2 miles from shore, so that perception, whatever they call that, is, a little bit whatever different than what I thought because of what he's saying. And this is indeed 2 miles from here to here, then that means that it was way more than 100 yards to her boat. So either way, I mean, his story's just not adding up. So I'm going by what he's saying and then kind of using this map as a kind of guide to what that means. Does that make sense? And he drifted 4 miles west, so I'm kind of using he drifted all the way, and you saw how far it was down. Like, look, and I know these are different perceptions here. What do they call that word? Where you could tell one zoomed in more and one zoomed out, which would alter it, but you could still kind of see that. Look how far you see. This is way zoomed out, which would make this look farther than it is, but still you could kind of get a good idea. 4 miles. So from all the way to where he ends up here, which I know this makes it look way farther, but still that would be 4 miles. Then you could kind of gauge what a mile looks like using that scale. That's what I was thinking of. The scale is, different scales. So if that's accurate and it was really 4 miles from where he floated, then that would be all this other stuff would be more accurate. And there's no way that this from here to here would be 2 miles then. Do you see what I'm saying? Because from here all the way to where he floated, they said that's 4 miles. So that means a mile is about like, it's a pretty big distance. Like this whole thing from here to here would almost be like 2 miles as far as the scale. So like it wouldn't be 2 miles from here to here unless if that's not where her boat was parked. But that's what he said. That's what his map said. You see what I'm saying? So if it's not adding up, it's because he's lying. I'll look more into it. I'll take a real map and I'll try to see like a real scale to a real map, and I'm not going to do it right now. I'll double check everything and see, but oh, that's crazy. I wonder if they meant that they were 2 miles from their boat wherever they had went. Maybe that's what they meant. So then they had to go 2 miles from like wherever they were coming from. So let's say I don't know, their boat was parked, and then wherever they went, they took the dinghy to go. Maybe that's what they meant, 2 miles. Does that make sense? That I could see. So I have to look into that. Where did they say they went? They parked their boat, they took their dinghy, they went somewhere, and they were trying to come back, it sounds like, maybe. So are you sure maybe that was the 2 miles that they were talking about? Oh, 1,000 yards? Wait, I think I said it wrong, but I wrote it in right. Yeah, no, we're still good. We're still good. I was saying 100, but I meant 1,000. Yeah, 1,000. 1 mile is 1,760 yards. So I was saying it wrong, but I was doing the calculations right. So it was still half a mile would still be, how do I word this? 1,000 yards would still be about a little over a half a mile. So yeah, it's still, I might have said 100, but I did I wrote it right when I was figuring it out in my phone. So yeah, yeah, so 1,000 yards is a little over a half a mile. Because a half a mile would be about 800 yards. 730 to be exact, I think. Wait. Did I do that right? No, I did that wrong. 800 is 1,600. $770, maybe. but just average like 800 yards, around 800 yards. It's a half a mile. So 1,000, it's a little over half a mile that he's saying that she was from the boat. I don't know. I mean, I agree. If it was rough at the sea, like I could see somebody not making it, but the shore though, like if she would have went the other way where you would see it, she was so close you wouldn't see the land. You would, of course, you would see it. You'd be that close, you'd be able to see it. So, and remember, she wouldn't have had to go that far. Like a quarter of a mile, she would have been in 4-foot water. So that's why I don't know. I know there's an undercurrent. I get it. If the waves were big, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see. Don't they have like accounts of the weather, and can't they see exactly what it was doing right there to see how bad it was? I mean, I hope they're looking into that, right? Has there been any confirmation that in that area there was some big, huge waves and the undercurrent, the wind, and I hope they're looking into all that to see. Because I keep going back to that Nancy Grace, that person that told the friend of them, told the friend of Brian and Lynette when Brian called. I think it's the friend that Brian called. I think that's what they said, that they told them that, or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Somebody there was there at the same area with their kids at around the same time and said that it was fine. There was not, there wouldn't have been any, she would have been able to swim in that, or however they worded it, if you watch that Nancy Grace episode. So I keep going back to that.
Talk to Carly and Steve down on the dock. I had a chance to talk about everything they've learned since they got here, because honestly, it's for them, it was like looking at maps, trying to figure out, where did this happen? What does it look like? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. And it makes more sense when you walk it, when you boat it, when you golf cart it, and when you try to get from A to B around here. And so I had a chance to talk to Carly and Steve down on the dock where the dinghies tie up. I had showed them the two docks where all the boaters come in with their tenders. You call it a tender if you're in a dinghy going out to a big boat. And I asked them a few questions about just how this has changed things for them. Take a look. So give me your thoughts now that you've arrived here at the Abaco Inn.
I'm happy to get some answers and I'm glad to see some video of my mom, her last moments. I just got to see her at the bar and walking down to the water, but that's about it.
Do you have a great...
I didn't even reckon. Is that the same daughter that was doing the other interviews? Oh my God, I sound like an idiot. I'm like, I don't know who she's interviewing next. If it is, I didn't recognize her because she looks different with the thing on her head. Is that the same daughter? Huh.
Your sense of the lay of the land now that you've had a chance to walk around this area where they may have parked their dinghy right here, right over there. Do you get a better feel for everything now that you're here?
Yeah, I got to go on a boat ride and retrace their steps basically and see the bar that they were at before Abaco Inn and ask questions there. They didn't have any, they said nothing was out of the they said nothing. Yeah.
Nothing was out of the ordinary?
Out of the ordinary,
Yes.
yes. Yeah. And basically the water, it was high tide, but it seemed like the water was shallow enough where they could at least like touch it sometimes. So that's where I'm confused on why he didn't jump in, because he's pretty tall. So I'm just confused why he didn't jump into.
Well, the more confusion comes from why didn't they follow the shoreline? Why didn't they go outside of those pilings? Where those pilings are there because it's deeper. So outside those pilings, it's shallower. A small boat doesn't have to be in deeper water to operate. This boat could have easily operated in less than 2 feet of water. He could have, if she would have fell over outside, left or right, he was going to outside the pilings to the left, he could have stayed outside the piling and it would have been 2 to 3 feet deep water, even with high tide, even with waves, which the waves don't start until you get outside that last piling usually. That's where it gets windy, that's where it gets wavy. He could have followed the shore the whole way to the left. He chose not to.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. You guys, see, why did he go he went this way? The shore was right there. And he's confirming that the waves don't start that close to shore. So So I'm going to go back on what I said then, or I'm going to stand firm on it. If she would have swam less than a quarter of a mile, she would have been in the 4-foot water. And it sounds like once you get to a certain closeness, he's saying the waves don't start until a little bit further back. She probably would have been out of the waves. And if she could have made it, I know if the wind and it was bad, what I'm saying is she could have swam strong and firm for about a quarter of a mile into get 4 feet water, she could possibly have been out of the waves and the wind current and stood up and walked, kind of walked in. But unless it was really bad, I mean, maybe it took her under and she knocked her out a little bit. I mean, things could happen. I get it, but I just still think you're fighting for your life. I think there's a good chance she would have made it. And why didn't he just fight that boat and get it close to, you're right near shore. I mean, I know it's still a quarter of a mile, half a mile. I mean, you'd still have to use that one paddle and get it, but why not just try? Why would you go 4 miles away from the land and go all the way, no.
Changed sense of Brian's story since you arrived here?
No, the story's been bullshit from the beginning.
We've thought it was sketchy the whole time. So just seeing it in person, it just solidifies that it's sketchy to us.
Yeah. You had a chance to go to Soulmate and get on board your mom's boat.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
It was really hard. It hit me like a freight train that she's not there. I felt like she was just gonna walk around the corner and just be like, "What's up?" But it's just hard. I got some of her belongings. I got her headband. I got a necklace of hers.
The one you're wearing?
Yep. And I got a picture frame that I made for her that I painted on, and I got something that she sewed so that just to remember her.
What was it like being on board?
It was really hard. Yeah, I cried the entire time.
And on the way back. Thanks for the people that actually gave us the ride that we didn't know, that they just said, "Hey, do you need anything?" And we said, "Hey, can we get a boat ride?" And they offered it. The Bahamian people are some of the nicest people we've ever met.
They have been really good.
They've
I have
been
to say that
amazing.
we're in the same boat. We've been getting a lot of rides and a lot of help from people here, and they're more than willing to step up.
Yeah. They all think the exact same thing. They all know his story is garbage and he's a garbage person.
What do you think about the notion that he left the day after he was out?
I think it just shows his character on how much his word means. How do you say, "I'm going to never stop searching for her," and then leave the next day to say you're going to go aid for your mom, which she's been sick for a while, so why now?
Is there anything that's changed for you being here now that you've been able to be on the island, come and actually walk in the last steps of when Lynette was last seen? Is there anything that's changed or any knowledge that you've gained since you've been here?
He said that they left at 7:30, but it shows that they left at 6:30, so it's just
ish,
yeah, 6:30
and seeing that photo at 6:34 is different as well. It really does sort of timestamp them being here at that point.
Yeah. So there's an hour there where something
May or may not have happened. We don't.
Yeah.
And we don't know what had happened. We just know that it took them literally 9 hours to float from out there across the waterway. What is it, 4 or 5, 6 miles or something? Which
4 miles.
everybody here says if the wind was blowing 20 knots, that him in a dinghy, even if, because he said he was paddling, so if he was paddling against the wind, which would make no sense, you paddle towards, there, it should have taken him 2 to 3 hours max, so there's several hours outstanding at a minimum.
Yeah, and why would he move his boat after she disappeared? So that's also another...
If you want her to come back, because she was lost and someone found her and she got on a boat, you come back to where you thought your boat would be, and then it's gone. You're like, hey, where'd my boat go?
Yeah.
What do you think of that information that the fire and rescue guys said that he seemed very concerned about getting the dinghy back, but didn't ask how many search boats are out? Where's the search command post? Like, how can I join up?
It just makes it seem like he just wants this to be done and over with. Like, it kind of seems like when he was texting me, he just wanted me to get over the fact that my mom's gone. Like, oh, we'll get through this, honey. Like, what? My mom's gone and your story is not adding up. I'm not gonna just be on your side because you just want this swept under the rug.
Have you had a chance to talk to him at all?
Not since you told me about it.
And has he tried to reach out to you, or have you tried to reach out to him?
No. He contacted me a few times. He texted and called and left voicemails, but other than that, I haven't answered.
Do you plan to?
No.
You
Not
don't.
right now.
You don't want to talk to him.
With the facts that I know and his story and my gut feeling, it's a definite no right now.
What do you think happened?
I think he did something to her and threw her in. He might have did something to her. They got to the boat, and then when he moved it, dumped her out at sea, maybe. I don't know.
But nothing good.
Nothing good.
You don't believe a word of his story.
No.
Well, we know he did float across. That's about the only part of the story we know is semi-true, is he did float in the dinghy across, and it took 9 hours somehow to float 4 miles in a 20-knot wind. Which every boat captain we've talked to, every person of knowledge of sailing we've talked to, have all said that is not plausible.
Yeah.
There's several hours outstanding. What were those hours? We don't know.
All right. Thanks, guys. Just has to be so incredibly painful for Carly, knowing that her mom was out there somewhere, might still be out there somewhere, but just not knowing, not having the answers, you know. I just felt like she's just a kid, and she is her mother's only child as well, no siblings. So she and Steve, her boyfriend, are really just doing this, you know, on their own.
All right, guys. I'm gonna end it. Hi, Edith. What's up? I know it is calm there. There's a boat half a mile away. Your husband's almost. Yeah, I know. Keeping grinding it. It's a crazy, crazy story. Jenny, I never got your email. Are you sending it to my Proton mail or my Gmail? Gmail. Yeah, I know. Sometimes my Proton mail, it gets stuck. I just, as you said that, and I was looking for, I tried to delete some emails so I could, I don't know, sometimes I think it gets full and it's just, I don't know. Oh, I am gonna pass on that. I'll watch that to myself. I just don't like to support that person because he's the one that was the catalyst to ruining my reputation. So yeah, I'm just gonna pass. I'll watch it though, so I know I'm aware of, you know, what you're saying, but I'm not gonna play it. All right, guys, I'm gonna end it. Thank you, Jenny. I'll message you back and let you know though what I think. I don't know. Tomorrow, the whole David thing is gonna come. They're gonna present the probable cause to the DA, so I don't know if we'll get that information, but we'll be on the lookout for that. Maybe there'll be a mugshot too available. So yeah, that's coming up this week. And then, like I said, that Jennifer Straubel case, isn't that trial supposed to start tomorrow? Is Law and Crime covering that? Is that even legit? I mean, as far as, let me see, because I wouldn't mind covering that one too. I need to get back into, let's see where it starts, back into like watching these, and at least if I don't live stream the trials, at least watch them and talk about them. But I definitely want to live stream the Caleb one. know, maybe it's not. That seems like that's kind of soon to have a trial anyway, though, isn't it? I'm trying to see if that's. Unless if she freaking waived her right to speedy trial too, or didn't waive it, I should say. But she's the one that killed her. Well, she's charged with killing her boyfriend and her boyfriend's parents. Remember, her boyfriend was found outside in the car dead, shot. Parents were like in their home, right inside the door. So it's crazy. I don't know. I don't see. I'll have to see. I can't see when. I think Casey, you're the one that's told me that that was supposed to be April 20th, but that would be super soon for that too. Like I said, if she might have didn't waive hers. Let's see, arraigned in. I don't know. I don't see anything yet, but let me see Jennifer. I basically, I mean, I can only cover it if, somebody else has cameras in the courtroom, like Law and Crime or one of the news channels. I mean, as far as like live stream it, because if it's not televised or whatever, I don't see it come up yet, but I'll keep my eye out tomorrow to see if, I think it would be, I don't know. I think, why am I doubting that it is going to start tomorrow? Yeah, I don't see anything, huh?
And the first take the stand.
Shoot. All right, guys. Yeah, I don't see anything yet, but seems planned out. Everyone seems planned out. What do you mean, Anthony? Good night, peekaboo. Everyone involved. Huh. Zeke didn't. Yeah. He didn't come out. He didn't come that much, huh? All right, bye guys. Thanks for hanging.